Why?
No, we need to do the yoga and we need to do the walking. And we
Okay.
need to, I said, if
Okay.
you do yoga, I'll do the walking.
And he wants pictures.
And he wants pictures, of course.
Of course. So.
We're
Okay.
thinking for the yoga to do it at Turtle Creek.
Oh, that's perfect.
You don't advertise that part too much. It's
Right.
more peaceful.
Flat.
Oh, I'll take a look at it.
Yeah. I mean, I think that would be fine.
Then we can promote our museum a little bit.
Yeah, let's just see if there's a flatter, because I'm a little afraid it's a
We'll
little
take a trip up
slopey.
there.
For people like comic book person, there's working with.
So what's new with you? Jacaranda allergies. I love jacarandas. They get to me. Me and Maxwell both. My eyes are all itchy right now. We planted one before I knew we even had the allergy. Yeah, the whole street. The whole street, literally.
I love the jacaranda, but my husband hates the mess they make, so
I'm also allergic to palms, so we have 6 palms on our property. I didn't find that out until I very rarely, about every other year, they produce a kind of snow-like white blossom. They're tiny and tall. And when they come down, oh. Yes, sir. Okay. Okay.
Want to cover it?
Well, why don't you guys just cover Chipper Day? Okay, I'll let you know. During public comment?
Yeah.
Okay, very cool. Thank you,
Thank you
Chief.
so much.
Sir, how are you? Are you ready for loaded for bear? Ready to go? Jacked up and all that stuff?
Actually, I was the one that was raising understanding how it's not a I look at it like kind of water, where we and I want to look at how many cities in the state, statewide, how many cities in the state.
I'll be right back.
Check.
Okay, we'll hold it for you.
Kelly, thank you for dropping off.
Oh, yeah.
I was laughing, I opened that up and I'm like, I know I don't wear a medium, I need my extra small.
I know, and then I was like, I don't.
Check.
Or purple po-
I couldn't actually remember. I
I don't remember this, but I'll wear it, super cute.
It's purple, we both got purple.
Right.
It's funny after our last conversation.
I should have taken a picture of that jewelry. How are you, Mayor?
I'm good, how are you?
Are you guys bowling with me?
I'll be there to watch,
When is the bell?
to give you moral support.
26, all right.
To cheer on. Nice haircut, Mayor.
Thank you.
Are you bowling?
Not bowling, no.
You guys can watch. Are you a bowler?
We're waiting for our
No?
colleague and we'll get started here.
Jose, you didn't save me.
Councilmember Arizona, Brian.
Yes, got him.
Chief Harlan.
Chief Harlan did too. And I heard Semino.
Thank you for holding it so I
James?
didn't have to.
No problem.
Are you a bowler?
Okay.
Bowler. Don't want you.
I'm just not that good.
Don't want you.
Susan, I can cheer.
We got everybody here. I think we're all good.
Pens over there?
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to call the meeting to order. And when she gets a chance, I'll ask Madam City Clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mayor Jean Goss.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Edward Garcia.
Present.
Councilmember Rachel Arizmendi.
Present.
Councilmember Kelly Krebs.
Here.
And Councilmember Robert Parkhurst.
Here.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Councilmember Krebs will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and Inspiration.
Please stand. Ready, begin.
I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thanks all. There have been quite a few honors and awards bestowed upon our citizenry over the past few weeks, and I think it's always a great reminder about how active and participatory a volunteer or community that we have. And so I thought I would just go through a few of the most recent recognitions of folks that I'm sure you will know by name, but also just really great to celebrate them and all of the things that they've done for the city. So you may have seen over the weekend that the 4th of July committee put out their awardees for our 4th of July parade this year, and our very own Director of Public Works, Chris Cimino, will be the Grand Marshal. In addition to, obviously, his work here at the city, he's on the board of the Chamber of Commerce and a dedicated volunteer at the Pioneer Cemetery, among many, many other community efforts. And our hometown heroes also for the parade will be Dan Bell, who was born and raised in Sierra Madre and is so dedicated to public service. He is currently the Communication and Community Relations Director for the City of Ontario, and remains very actively involved in town as well. And our very own Chamber co-president, I believe, Carol Canterbury, one of the heart and souls of the Chamber and all of the events they put on. Obviously the Wisteria Festival, the Honors Dinner, the Winter Village, it goes on. And really nobody promotes Sierra Madre and its businesses like Carol. And then 2 weeks ago, just after our last meeting, we had that very honors dinner that Carol helped to put on, and we honored quite a few folks, just really amazing. I mean, it was really an inspiring evening where you just really saw the impact of our citizenry and the work and hours and effort that they put into our town and making it the great place that it is. And really no one, I think, exemplifies that more than our 2021, yes, we gave out 2021 awards this past April, but our Citizen of the Year, Bob Spears. I don't have enough time to list all of the things that Bob has done over the years, so I'll just highlight his current endeavors. He's on the Planning Commission, ending his second term. He is the CEO of Trail Maintenance. He is spearheading efforts to re-landscape the post office. He has done bench repair and replacement across the city. I mean, I could literally go on and on all night. And so that was an amazing, amazing recitation of all of the things that Bob has done for our town over the years. Our George Maurer Lifetime Achievement Award went to Ward and Louise Calloway, who've been instrumental in the restoration and operation of the Sierra Madre Playhouse. Our Spirit of Sierra Madre Award went to Heidi Hartman and Sharon Pevsner. Our Mayor's Award to Pat and Dee Alcorn, who you'll see almost at every council meeting, as you know. Our Youth Community Service Award to Avery Bogue. Our Business of the Year, Best Buy Drugs. Exemplary Public Service Award to Roberta Malfitano, our own here at the city, as well as, yes, who's actually in attendance as well. And our Exemplary Employee Award, Christian Delgado from our IT department. So just so many people doing so many great things, and a lot of them behind the scenes, some of them in front of this, out in front, but so many of them putting on all of the things that make our town the place that it is and the place that we love to live. So congratulations to all.
Cool. Thank you very much, Councilmember Krebs. Okay, let's have a look at tonight's agenda. I'd like to see if there's a motion for approval or any amendments.
No amendments, so moved to approve as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? That passes unanimously. And I need to also the motion for approval for reading resolutions and ordinances.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries unanimously. And I think we have one set of minutes in front of us from April 26th, so. Any motion for amendment or approval?
I move to approve the minutes.
Is there a
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. That carries unanimously. That was easy, which brings us right up to mayor and council reports. So I'd like to see who'd like to go first.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Parkhurst.
So mine will be pretty short. As usual, we had 2 Clean Power Alliance board meetings since our last city council meeting. As Councilmember Krieb said, that we had the honors dinner, which was very nice. So I attended that as well. And then I had an opportunity to tour the monastery grounds to see where the development that they are proposing is going to be.
Thank you.
No real report beyond the amazing achievements of our citizenry.
Very cool.
Congratulations to all of our honors also for the dinner that we recognized. And I think it was very informative to be able to do the walk on the monastery meadows, proposed meadows project. It was helpful to be able to visualize that as we continue to deliberate and review the application.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Sierra Madre Senior Community Commission had a meeting on Thursday. I was not able to attend since I was at a conference, but I did correspond with Chair Holland, and they were able to hammer out some dates that they didn't have when they came last time and gave that wonderful presentation. So the community yard sale will be on August 13th. From 8 to noon. It's going to be a little different this year. As you may have heard, the community yard sale was generally at Sierra Vista Park. This year will be at Memorial Park. Once again, August 13th from 8 to noon. They are sponsoring a concert in the park on July 10th, and they're going to have the Alumnus, which is an acoustic band. And then finally, one of their big events is the Older American of the Year Award. And as you recall, if you were here last time, Chair Holland said rather than picking an individual or a couple, they are celebrating the entire senior community of Sierra Madre as Older American. And they'll have an open house style reception on June 15th from 4:30 to 7:30. Show up anytime. You're welcome to come to enjoy some soft music, beverages, and some food. I wasn't able to attend the commission meeting because I was with City Manager Reynoso at the SCAG, the Southern California Association of Governments regional and general meeting, as I am the voting delegate there. Nothing really of substance regarding Sierra Madre to vote on. We voted on some issues regarding bylaws. There were 6 bylaws that were being looked at. 5 of those changes were shot down, and 1 of them stayed. And those really had to do with the term of how long somebody needs to be involved in SCAG in order to be an officer. So they wanted to keep it open to newer members. Also, we voted on the new board as well. So we did go to some of the breakout sessions. City manager and I tried to break up. They would have 2 sessions at a time, so he would take one, I would take the other. Just some interesting things, as you may know or may not know. SCAG is interested in housing and transportation. That's their big thing. So we had a lot of talks about that. But what I did find interesting was with one of the discussions that had to do with funding, and there were people from Sacramento there that said, here is what we look for, and here is what we want to see in competitive bidding. So I'd like to have some conversations with staff and share some of the insights that I got from those making the decisions on grants in order to make sure that we're getting as much of our tax dollars back in the city as we can.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Sure. I had a chance to attend the Los Angeles County Sanitation Directors meeting a couple of weeks ago, And the one significant piece of information that came out of that is, I think many of you are aware that they measure COVID in the sanitation, in the sewage that they get there at the central location for the sanitation districts. And it's an interesting thing that although we are seeing an uptick in COVID infections, we're not seeing a corresponding uptick in COVID in the sewage, and that's a change from all past surges. I saw another article in the LA Times this weekend that confirms that same trend. They're quoting sanitation district even more recently, so that's hopeful news. I also attended the honors dinner and made the opening remarks, and was very happy to do that, and was very pleased to be able to introduce our police chief and our police and fire who were the honor guard, which was amazing. It was an amazing evening. I think we've never had it before out on outside of Hart Park House and Memorial Park, but we had some really nice tents set up there, and Susan Henderson and Carol Canterbury and the whole group working with Chamber of Commerce just did a magnificent job, aided, of course, by a number of our fine staff members. So it was just a wonderful event. I did have the honor towards the end of the ceremony to actually make the award for the George Maurer Lifetime Achievement Award to Warden Louise Calloway, and also to the Business of the Year Award to my friend Paul Mansour at Best Buy Drug. And it was certainly an honor to be able to participate in awarding the Citizen of the Year Award to Bob Spears, who is, I think Councilmember Creeds put it well, there's just not enough paper in front of me to list all of his contributions to this city, but it was certainly a great honor for me to be able to do that. And I had the assist from Marianne Siberel, who actually made the final announcement. So anyway, I hope that I said this to Susan at the end of that meeting, I'm hoping maybe we can consider doing that again outside in Memorial Park next time we do the Honors Award. Of course, we've had excellent ceremonies in other places. We've done it over at Alverno before. It was really nice. We've also done it at the Community Rec Center, so we have a lot of great places to choose from. I wanted to say a word about the tours that we all took for the proposed Meadows project. If you weren't aware of this, one of the things that came to the Planning Commission from citizen input was they thought that it was important that all the members of the Planning Commission and all the members of the City Council actually take a physical tour of the Meadows project in the area around the monastery. And so this was organized by staff so that we were not in violation of the Brown Act. 2 members of the council and 2 members of the Planning Commission would go at a time. I went with my colleague, Councilmember Creebs, along with staff, and it was led by Mr. Frankel from New Urban West. And we literally spent 2 hours tromping all over that property. We went all the way down from the top of the property all the way down to the entrance to Bailey Canyon, then we crisscrossed back over to the head of Sunnyside. And I think it just opened my eyes to a lot of things that I'd forgotten about. I'd actually lived up on Sierra Keys Drive many years ago and used to take my son for morning walks up there when he was really small, up in the middle of that field. And I had forgotten just how big it is and just how much of an elevation increase it is. So that was a really very important, at least piece of insight for me, is to be reminded of just how big that property is and the elevation. And there are many other things I think we all learned by going on that trip. And finally, I did, as I did for the last Planning Commission meeting, I watched the full Planning Commission meeting online. Those of you who don't happen to have Spectrum TV, you can watch it on your computer, or I watched it on my iPhone. It's real comes across very clear, good reception, and I intend to watch the next one as well. And I've been asked to make some announcements for the city, and I'm going to have to put on my glasses for these. Just a reminder, the Mount Wilson Trail Race is coming up on Saturday the 28th. Don't forget the pre-race pasta feed dinner, which we always have on Friday night in Kirsten Court. Obviously, there'll be a lot of vendors and booths and the beer gardens that Saturday morning. And we just had a Mount Wilson Trail Race this fall because we've been kind of stacked up because of COVID. But this is the time we normally do it, and we certainly expect a large turnout. So we hope everyone can get out there for that. Also on tonight's agenda, we had an item, Resolution 22-21, scheduled for discussion, but what we found out later was it's not properly to be considered as a resolution. It's actually an ordinance. So we have taken that off of tonight's agenda, and we will bring it back in a date in the future to discuss when it is properly noticed to the public as an ordinance. And finally, here are some final reminders to the public. If you're interested in getting involved in city government, we certainly could use you. Planning Commission still has one expected vacancy. Community Services Commission has 2 expected vacancies. The Library Board of Trustees has 2 anticipated vacancies. And the Natural Resources Commission has 1 current vacancy and 1 anticipated vacancy, for a total of 2 vacancies. So I hope if anyone's even remotely interested, maybe you can contact staff or any one of the 5 of us, and we will give you everything we know and all the encouragement we can possibly give you to try it out. Okay, so that is my report and announcements. I'd kind of like to move forward now. I think we have a...
Mayor,
yes,
just a point of
please.
order. I don't know if you need us to approve the agenda with the change in it, if you're okay with keeping it.
You know
that
what?
way.
That's a good question, because I was just provided this right before the meeting. I think, do we need to have an amendment to the agenda?
You don't need to amend the agenda, Mayor. You can choose to pull an item or continue it.
Okay, so we'll just pull it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rochelle. I'm glad you were on
Thank
top
you.
of that. Okay, that leads us to, I just want to make sure I'm on track here. Public comment on non-agenda items. So if you're here to speak on something that's not on tonight's agenda, we welcome you to come up and join us for a 3-minute maximum talk. And we do ask that you fill out one of these yellow cards that our city clerk has before you do so.
Mr. Mayor, the first speaker card is for Robert Buckner.
Mayor Goss, fellow council members, Sierra Madre has been my home for more than half my life.
Little closer to the mic, Bob.
All right, we'll figure this thing out. Okay. Sierra Madre has been my home for more than half my life. Is this, oh, I have to get really close. Okay. First time, I guess. Shortly after we moved to Sierra Madre in the 80s, we learned that scientists had observed that CO2 levels in the atmosphere were steadily increasing and would lead to the warming of our planet. Their predictions have come to pass, as we are now experiencing 1.2 degrees Celsius increase in the average temperature with accompanying increasing natural disasters. We delayed taking appropriate action then, and now must either cut our global warming emissions in half by 2030, ending them entirely by 2050, or face the possibility of runaway warming that makes human existence as we understand it impossible. Our children and grandchildren are counting on us to act. The actions needed to quickly cease burning fossil fuels must be undertaken by individuals, companies, governments, and nations everywhere. Sierra Madre is trying to do its part, but we need the U.S. government to lead and create the conditions for ultimate success. Given our representative democracy, this can only happen when a sufficient number of us demand action that our voices cannot be ignored. I am here tonight to urge Sierra Madre to add its voice and demand action. A few years ago, alarmed by the gap between what was needed and what was being done, I joined the Foothill chapter of Citizens Climate Lobby, our local branch, now a worldwide organization of volunteers who educate, advocate, and lobby Congress. We have long advanced what we believe to be the single most effective tool available to mobilize action across the entire economy: carbon fee and dividend. This policy puts an atmospheric dumping fee on fossil fuels like coal, oil, and gas based on the amount of CO2 emitted. The fee starts low and grows over time. This drives down carbon pollution because businesses and consumers will move toward cheaper, cleaner options. The money collected from the carbon fee is allocated to in equal shares to the American people. Program administrative costs are paid from the fees collected. To protect U.S. manufacturers and jobs, imported goods will pay a border carbon adjustment, and goods exported from the United States will receive a refund. This is embodied in the Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act, co-sponsored by our representative, Judy Chu. Tonight, I ask the Council to consider adopting a proclamation and sending letters of support to state and federal officials. I am happy to provide materials on carbon fee and dividend, the mission and activities of Citizens Climate Lobby, and bills currently before Congress for your review. I urge the Council to add the City of Sierra Madre's voice to thousands of economists, individuals, and businesses, along with more than 300 other jurisdictions who support carbon fee and dividend. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Buckner.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Melanie Schimpf.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council members. My name is Melanie Schimpf, and I would like to join Robert Buckner in asking for your support of the carbon fee and dividend. Robert mentioned that back in 1985, he was already concerned by scientists' warnings of an increasing amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere and its harmful effects. That was in 1985, which was 37 years ago and 5 years before I was born. I've spent my entire adult life worried about the future, and I've had to ask myself very difficult questions. Instead of wondering when I would have children, I've had to ask whether I even should have children. If I were to have them, would they have a good life? Would they have access to clean water, clean air, food? Will the future even be a livable Earth? The lack of action by governments throughout my lifetime has led to this moment now, where scientists are warning that drastic cuts in carbon emissions need to happen immediately to prevent climate catastrophe. You can read the latest report by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which makes it clear. If we don't take drastic, immediate action, the future does not look good. The climate crisis is overwhelming and complex, but a price on carbon is a step in the right direction. The United States is the second biggest emitter of greenhouse gas emissions. Our actions and inactions will have their worst effects in already vulnerable populations throughout the world. The Energy and Carbon Dividend Act will reduce the United States carbon pollution by 50% by 2030, putting us on track to reach net zero by 2050. It will put a fee on carbon pollution, creating a level playing field for clean energy. The money collected from fossil fuel companies will go to Americans in the form of a monthly carbon cashback payment, which Americans will be able to spend with no restrictions. This policy will improve health and save 4.5 million American lives over the next 50 years by reducing pollution Americans breathe. Poor air quality is responsible for as many as 1 in 10 deaths in the US today, and it sickens thousands more. But most of all, this policy would begin to heal our life support system on Earth, helping to reduce the risk of climate catastrophe and all the damage, trauma, suffering, and death it would bring. I urge the Council to add the City of Sierra Madre's voice in the effort to gain action from Congress on this extremely urgent issue. Please endorse the Energy and Carbon Dividend Act for a livable future for us all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schimpf.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Robert Ha.
Mr. Mayor, can we get people to tell us their address?
Okay, yeah.
It's not a requirement, so they can,
Okay.
they're not obligated.
Okay.
Hi.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm a bit of an interloper. I'm not a resident of Sierra Madre.
Your name, sir, again?
Pardon? Oh,
Your
Robert
name.
Ha.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. I live in Altadena, but I too am a volunteer with the Citizens Climate Lobby, the local chapter. Before COVID, I spoke multiple times here in Sierra Madre on climate. One of the times was right here, I believe. I favor the Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act too, because it's effective and simple. One of its outstanding features is that government doesn't keep any of the carbon fee for itself. All funds are returned equally to the people as a climate income. That's an important difference from a tax. The money showing up in people's mailboxes will offset rising prices at, say, the gas pump. And people will spend a lot of that extra money right here benefiting Sierra Madre's businesses. Carbon pricing is effective because, at the very least, mid-level managers making decisions every day will do the right thing by default, because it'll be reflected in the price of the goods that they're purchasing. And that effect will domino through the economy. And it means that America will be on a path to hit the targets set by the Paris Climate Accord. So this policy alone will not solve climate change on its own. It's merely the first scene in a multi-act play. But it's important to have that rising carbon price because, all else equal, if people do begin to burn less oil, then oil's price will just keep dropping until it becomes attractive again. And that's unacceptable. I ask Council to consider a small gesture at maintaining a habitable planet. Endorse the carbon pricing policy outlined in the Energy Innovation Act that the last two speakers and myself have mentioned. It's an easy procedure. There's a website. Go to /energyinnovationact.org/endorse and complete a short form. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Hogg.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Susan Newhausen.
It's also on the web, but I thought since I need to summarize, I would give it to you. See, I'm much short, so. Can you hear me? Yeah. So, good evening, Mayor Goss and council members. I'm also going to talk about the environment. So, California, as you know, is in a severe drought that's the worst in 1,200 years. There's no end in sight, largely because of climate change. The recent announcements from the San Gabriel Valley and Metropolitan Water Districts, which supply some of our water, are that there is no supplemental water available. Given that there's been almost no rainfall, that also means that the Raymond groundwater basin, from which we also get water, is not being replenished, limiting further resources, future water resources. Sierra Madre water usage is already going to be under pressure when affordable housing units are added to our city. And then there'll be additional impact from the Meadows at Bailey Canyon project, which does not actually assist the city in satisfying its regional housing needs allocation. So in the Memo of Understanding with New Urban West of 2020, there's a section that stipulates that the applicant must ensure the project has a net zero water impact. So the definition of net zero water, and this is for a water neutral building, but it applies to attract housing development, is net zero water creates a water neutral building where the amount of alternate water used and water returned to the original water source is equal to the building's total water consumption. In other words, it's a closed loop system where nothing is lost. So New Urban West's claim that the Meadows project will achieve net zero impact is an exercise in magical thinking unless they have a way to increase rainfall and capture all that rainwater and include a wastewater treatment plant up at the project. Their claim is a joke. And in addition, the water usage calculation for the Meadows project is really a gross underestimate. I provide detail in the written comments, and I'll summarize here. First, there's no accounting for the water used during construction, so we did it for them by obtaining estimates from a developer and from a road contractor, and that'll use 5 million gallons of water for construction, and that comes from our local hydrants. Second, they calculated 50 years of water use for 3.5 people per house. To be consistent with minimum lifetime of houses, at least 100 years of water use is more appropriate. Given the size of the houses, 4 people is likely more appropriate, which would increase the usage by 15%. So using New Urban West calculation of 19 acre feet per year for 42 houses and then multiplying by 100 years, it comes out to, 710 million gallons of water over the 100-year lifetime. and these calculations don't include additional water for ADUs or embankment. So this project will use at least 2.3-fold more water than the new Urban West calculation. And then the options have been presented to achieve a net zero water impact using this grossly underestimated water usage. So part 1 proposes to buy excess supplemental water. That water is not currently available, nor can we expect it to ever be available. A second part of option A proposes to pay residents to replace lawns with drought-tolerant plants. But the irony, I know I'm out of time, is that at the March 1st Joint City Council and Planning Commission meeting, Mr. Frankel stated that drought-tolerant landscaping is only planned for the front yards, and he actually expects that people would have lawns in their backyards. So lawn reduction efforts seem to be a lost cause, therefore option A isn't a viable option.
You really do need to wrap it
So
up.
upon close examination, or simply paying attention, net zero water use is nothing but a mirage. The Meadows project is not feasible given the dire state of water in the state of California. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Newhousen.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Allison Snow.
Hello, Mayor and council members. Good evening. As a lifetime resident of Sierra Madre and a committed environmentalist and educator, I would like to join Citizen Bob Buckner in his request to you of the City Council adopt a formal proclamation and send letters of support for the House of Representatives Bill H.R. 2307, the Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act, and send these letters to state and federal officials. There is no time to spare in addressing the dire situation of global climate change, and now is a chance, your chance, and our chance through your leadership to motivate and steer Congress towards immediate, ambitious climate action. Knowing the future of the planet's health and survival most affects the next generation and forward, I would like to share this brief statement of support for HB 2307 from a group, Students for Carbon Dividends, to whom climate change is real, threatening, and most importantly, solvable. And they say, as young people with many decades of life ahead, we understand the critical importance of addressing climate instability and in a manner compatible with continued economic growth and prosperity. I keep making the same mistake. A carbon dividends plan would unleash the greatest force on earth, American innovation, towards solving the climate challenge and safeguarding our nation's security, freedom, and prosperity. The Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act is further evidence that a carbon dividend style policy is the breakthrough solution we have been waiting for. It has shown an ability to unite Republicans and Democrats alike, and also aligns with the same framework outlined in the 2019 Economist Statement on Carbon Dividends, endorsed by a record-breaking 3,500 plus U.S. economists. Momentum is clearly building on both sides for a climate solution, and we hope to see even more bipartisan agreement on carbon dividend style policies ahead. Let's follow their courageous lead. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Snow.
Mr. Mayor, the final speaker card is for Natalia Flores from the Sierra Madre Fire Department.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Honorable Council. My name is Natalia Flores, and I am with the Sierra Madre Fire Department. This past Saturday, May 7th, the Fire Department hosted our first Smart Chipper and Green Waste event during Wildfire Community Preparedness Day. With the assistance of our Public Works Department, we were able to haul away and recycle 2 truckloads of flammable vegetation. The vegetation will be recycled in Athens, and it will be reused for future mulch giveaways through the assistance of Athens. We couldn't have wished for a better outcome and would like to thank our Public Works Department for their assistance, as well as the Keyhold and Hatfield families for their participation in the event. On Saturday, May 21st, we will hold a second Chipper and Green Waste event. Registration for this event is now open and filling up fast. We actually only have a couple of spots open, so we're really excited that this program has been taking off. We're encouraging everyone to register early. Registration is easy and can be done by visiting smfdchipperday.eventbrite.com. Councilmember Garcia, I don't know if you're aware, but your wife signed you up for this. So we look forward.
You told me this morning, yes.
Oh, good. So thank you so much for you and your family for supporting our program. Also, on June 15th, we will host our third educational forum at the fire station, focusing on the SET component of the Ready, Set, Go model. We will cover emergency action plans, wildfire insurance, and have a special presentation by our EMS coordinator, Karen Bustillos, on preparing an emergency supply kit. We have flyers with additional information on the upcoming Chipper event, as well as a schedule with all of our remaining events for the year. Please feel free to take a couple for yourself and your neighbors, and please give us a call if you have any other questions at the fire department. And that is all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Flores.
Mr. Mayor, there are no further speaker cards submitted.
Did we get any emails?
There is one email that was received for items not on the agenda. The
Okay.
speaker the email was from Susan Newhausen, who spoke earlier.
Okay, thank you, Madam City Clerk. Okay, before we move on to our presentation, I want to use mayor's discretion here for a minute to put something on the record that I forgot during my report. We're doing something different this summer. We're starting a community wellness opportunity here in town. We're partnering with, city's partnering with local businesses and community groups to offer Sierra Madreans a chance to get out and enjoy wellness opportunities within the community. The program will run from Memorial Day to Labor Day and will kick off with the Mount Wilson Trail Race on May 28th. Registration will open soon for a walk with the mayor, so I guess people will be out walking with me. Should be fun. And a hike with our fire chief, so Chief Bartlett's at the ready. And there's a lot more, so there'll be a lot more coming when you go to the website. Go to cityofsierramadre.com/info for updates on all the things that are going to be planned. It sounds like a lot of fun, and I think it's high time we did something like this. So, okay, we have a special presentation today from actually a man who wears a couple hats. He's our representative on the Sierra Madre Municipal Water District, but he's wearing a different hat tonight. Miles Prince is here to present on the Pasadena Unified School District redistricting. He's our representative on that task force. Mr. Prince.
Good evening. Hello, everyone. Good to be back. I didn't bring any slides with me tonight because I think this should be a pretty brief presentation. I mostly want to kind of close the book on this and offer any answers to any questions. So as you know, the Pasadena City Charter 7 years ago now was amended to switch PUSD to a districted district, meaning that board members are voted in by district, not at large as it always had been. Once it switched to that districted district, which took a lot of practice saying many times throughout this process, a districted district, there is now a requirement after each census to redistrict and make those districts as equal as possible, is the language from Ed Code, as equal as possible. And the city charter allows for this redistricting process to happen from a commission, an independent commission made up of one appointed person from this city council, 2 appointed members from the Altadena Town Council, and then split evenly between appointees of the district, the board, the school board itself, and the Pasadena City Council, 6 members from Pasadena. And that is roughly the proportion of population between the district of 1, 2, and 6. And I say all that because there was a lot of confusion, admittedly upon myself and a lot of the other commissioners once appointed, and a lot of members of the public, that this had nothing to do with attendance boundaries, was an important thing to present to the public and to the commission as we got going, that these lines strictly control who is elected to the board and who elects those people. So previously, 7 years ago when these districts were drawn, Sierra Madre was part of a district, has a kind of almost like a serpent shape. You know, if you were teaching a class on gerrymandering, it would be a good example of how not to draw a district. We were sort of, it was the city of Sierra Madre, and then kind of have you imagine like a tail going down Michelinda, and then scooped out a lot of like Chapman Woods, southeast Pasadena. There's one other district in the district that was also kind of a funky shape, and so that was an objective too, was to try to even out those lines. But as equal as possible is a very unfortunate limitation for Sierra Madre. And I tried very hard, and I had a lot of support from the rest of the commission that equitably, Sierra Madre should have just a district, should have a seat on the board. The way the numbers work out, is just shy of 30,000 per district. So we're and this is sort of like a case law created rule, that plus or minus 5% is okay. And a variance within above 5 or below 5% is permissible. Us at 11,000 and change, we are never going to get anywhere close to a litigation-proof district of just Sierra Madre. Unfortunately, Altadena is roughly about 60,000 total, so they can keep within their boundary, and they have essentially 2 seats on the board, just sort of by luck, really. And so when that objective failed, the commission fairly unanimously tried to find a better way to have Sierra Madre have a seat at the table, or at least where the community of interest represented by Sierra Madre was more coherent. So we ultimately came up with 2 scenarios of maps that were presented to the public, and kind of solicited public information. The changes affecting our district were the same in both, because there was really no disagreement amongst the commission that it was a good change, and it was probably the best change we could make for Sierra Madre. And essentially what it did was carve our district, bring our district northern and eastern, and basically replace that southeast, as much of that southeast Pasadena district with Hastings Ranch. So now the district continues a lot more smoothly and groups in Hastings Ranch, which I think makes more sense. You know, Sierra Madre Middle School, the attendance boundary extends into Hastings Ranch. I think, you know, a lot of folks from Hastings Ranch hang out in downtown Sierra Madre, you know, churches, nursery schools. There's a lot, I think, greater continuity of interest between our 2 communities than there was previously. I think for perspective of Sierra Madre's interest, it was sort of the best we could do. But as I said, it was not of dispute or debate between the 2 alternatives. So we had that map, and then that's really where the wheels went off in the process. And kind of why I think it's important for me to come and kind of tie up some loose ends here, and maybe give my unsolicited 2 cents on what this body can do for our schools, because from that point is when we presented those 2 options to the school board, to the PUSD board, to just receive their feedback and thoughts. Because the city charter says the commission shall adopt the map and the board shall adopt the commission's final map unless amended by a 2/3 vote of the school board. The school board had a lot of thoughts and opinions on their map, on our maps. I think they all boiled down to that they didn't draw them. There was really no articulated data-backed objection to any of the maps. It was, you know, as the mayor said, I wear a lot of hats in a lot of these meetings, and I'm being live streamed and someone's watching. It was shocking. It was truly, truly upsetting to see the way that the school board handled this issue, but it was sort of a eye-opening entry into, I think, some deeply rooted governance problems with our school district. And so, long story short, after several school board meetings, there was an attempt by the board at that 2/3 vote. It failed, luckily, and so all that was required was a majority vote to adopt the map, and there was a majority vote to adopt our map. You would hope the story ends there. But technically, then this map goes to the county committee on school organization, school district organization, which is sort of the county entity that formally adopts the map. Counties run elections, that becomes the new map for the next election. A member of the school board wrote a letter after the majority of the vote, majority of her board, of her colleagues adopted that map and accepted the commission's recommendation, wrote a letter to the committee asking them to undo the majority of her colleagues and reject the map, have the county hire their own demographer, and draw a new map. And again, there are still to this day, no articulated data-backed objections to the map. I mean, we're nibbling at the margins over the qualms with the map. It really, truly was a minimal change map. In fact, ironically, grouping us into Hastings Ranch was probably by far the biggest change. And as I said, that wasn't even a question, right? I mean, there was no alternative to that. And so board member Kim Kenny, who represents West Altadena, wrote the letter. And unfortunately, so I appeared on behalf of the commission at the county committee meeting where the item was agendized. Unfortunately, our own representative, Ms. Fredericks, appeared at that meeting, provided public comment, asking the committee to go along with this coup attempt, set aside the map, hire their own demographer, and draw a new one. Because this is rooted in the city charter of Pasadena, which I never knew is fairly rare. Most school districts are not founded in a city charter. They're founded some separate authority. County council ultimately determined that committee did not have the authority because of the Pasadena city charter to set the map aside. And so the whole thing just fell flat on its face and died. So it was a truly crazy process, a very disappointing process. And it made me really realize that I don't think our community is being adequately represented, understood, or heard at all at the Pasadena School District Board. There were public comments that even my sitting on the commission was offensive because I only represent wealthy residents, and no one from Sierra Madre should even be on the commission, was a public comment given. So, we have, I think, some time but I do think this council and as community leaders really do need to engage on organizing to ensure that the city does have someone at that table. After sitting through those meetings, not gonna be me, but, and that's the problem, is that when you look at those meetings, it's hard to convince anyone to engage in their craziness, because you'd have to be that to want to do it, really. Not that that's a bad, sorry if anyone's interested, don't ignore that part, you should go and do it. We do need, I think, to get serious about how our city's being heard. No one there on that board knows at all what's going on at Sierra Madre Elementary or Middle School. And hey, Ms. Fredericks is the city's representative. She should be making regular reports to the community and to this body, and I hope she knows how to get here. So that's it. I would happily take any questions, though.
I'm gonna pull rank for just a minute.
I almost forgot to say, thank you so much for the opportunity.
I'm gonna pull rank just for a minute, and then I'll go to Councilmember Arizmendi.
Sure.
What was Frederick's argument to nix the map change? What was her basic reason?
She was so this was how crazy it was. She was of the camp that not enough was being done to ensure that one district would have a majority of Latino voting population. That was not true, and we tried many, many times to show her in the data that was not true at all, particularly given the shift in the entire city's demographics. It wasn't true at all. But, you know, there was another member of the board that fought very hard against us that thought we were doing too much to help Latinos, and that it was to the disadvantage of the African American communities in Pasadena and Altadena. So
Let me see.
ultimately, and again, live cast going to be available online, she was upset that people were upset.
Okay. Councilmember Arizmendi, thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not even sure where to start. I was totally enthralled with your entire story, and I do have a lot of commentary. But I guess, well, firstly, where did it end? I understand it fell flat. So where are we right now, and what's the next step? And/or has a map been proposed that's up for approval by this county committee?
Yes, so where we end now is that the final majority vote of the board adopting the commission's map stands. And so that is the new map. It doesn't really affect us for another 2.5, 3 years because we're not up on this cycle, but that is the map that will be voted on in a matter of months in a few of the districts. And so they had a very hard deadline of, I think, April 1. And I think that was ultimately kind of a needle on the scale, or a thumb on the scale rather, for county council to say we can't do this, because they would have had to do the whole process in like 2.5, 3 weeks throughout the month of March basically, because April 1, that map became the new map.
The map that your
commission
commission
drew and selected.
So that does stand at this point.
Yes.
Everything that went through at this county level, that fell flat. And so what you proposed, all of this hard work, sweat and tears that you had gone through is actually expected to be the final map.
It is the new map.
It is the final map.
Yes.
Okay.
And will be for 10 years. So this will now stay until the next census, when someone, when this repeats.
So I do want to say thank you, and I understand you may not serve on that again, but I do appreciate your time. I can't imagine all those discussions and hearing all the complexities you had to go through. But I think what I have heard pretty loud and clear is to ensure that the city of Sierra Madre has that voice. And in Pasadena Unified School District, I know that our parents are extremely involved, those that are part of PUSD at the elementary school, at the middle school. And I think this message needs to get out to them somehow. So please let me know how I would offer myself to see how I can be of assistance in that, because not all of our parents and our staff understand what the process has been and the complexity has gone through. So again, I thank you, and I look forward to leading some kind of effort in that communication.
No, I appreciate that. And I think it's important to note, the rest of the commission, and I kind of fell into this role with the commission of sort of the hand-to-hand combat guy, because it just felt like work as in litigation. But the rest of the commission were just really good-natured parents and community volunteers who wanted to help out on an important project for the schools. And it was so toxic and crazy that I think you're right, that a lot of those people probably are pushed out from being, involved in volunteering and putting their name forward to help out. And I think that's the most coercive effect of what's going on at the board right now, is that you look at it and they talk so much about enrollment. We have to increase enrollment, Well, one way to do it is instill public faith that there's, adults running the show. So.
Appreciate that. And just a last comment, and I'm, I think too, I can take responsibility. I didn't do any reach out to our representative on the PUSD board, but I think this is very evident that I need to and we need to, because it does not sound like that our best interest was represented at that level. So thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Mayor Burdem.
Thank you, Director Prince. I've been waiting for this presentation. It sounds like the outcome turned out okay. I've been wanting, when we talk about future agenda items, to invite our district elected representative to come provide a report on what she is doing for Sierra Madre residents and our students. So I've been waiting for this, so I believe when we end this meeting, we will have a future agenda item that we will be putting on, and we'll invite Ms. Wu Fredericks here to give us a report on what she is doing for our children in this town. We saw her, I know this is being live streamed, but we saw Ms. Wu Fredericks a lot during a campaign. She was going to be doing everything in our best interest. She knows where Sierra Madre is. We saw her. I was campaigning during the same time. So when this map gets redrawn, I'm assuming that's right around, well, it's redrawn, but we're going to have an election in 2022. How does that kind of shake out as far as she's running for re-election, I'm assuming, at that time?
I don't know anything about her intentions. I will say one important kind of guideline, I would say, kind of like a bumper when you're bowling. Independent commissions are supposed to do everything possible not to draw a member out of their district. So she is still a resident of the new district. I don't know what her intentions are in 2 years.
Okay. Well, thank you. As a Hispanic resident of Sierra Madre, I feel like my voice isn't being heard. So that's where I'll leave it.
Other comments or questions? Okay, well, I add my voice in gratitude and appreciation, Mr. Prince. I know you are a very busy man. You're representing us on that water board. If you were doing nothing else, and you're doing a great job, very appreciative of that. And so it seems like you went to battle for us, and it's just much appreciated.
I appreciate it. Again, thank you for the opportunity.
You bet.
Thank you.
You bet.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I apologize. Mr. Director Prince, the one more thing is, it sounded like, that not only did you go to bat for us, but you really stood up for us. So that when there were questions about things and other parents were, their parents and not a lawyer as I believe you are, you went and really stood up for us. So I want to thank you for bringing that skill set and bringing that dedication, because I know it could have been just as easy to say, you know what, this is ugly. I've got other things I've got to work on. So thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we, I think, are going to move forward to our consent agenda. Madam City Clerk, would you be so kind?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before the City Council this evening, there are 2 consent items for consideration. Consent item A is the consideration of Resolution 22-22 approving certain demands. It is recommended that the City Council approve Resolution 22-22 approving the payment of city warrants in the aggregate amount of $555,030.23. Also, the Sierra Madre Library warrants in the aggregate amount of $3,694.70. And lastly, the payroll transfer in the aggregate amount of $429,712.87 for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2022. Consent item B is the consideration of Resolution 22-23, and that's adopting a list of projects for fiscal year 2022 through 2023 funded by SB1, the Road Repair and Accountability Act of 2017. It is recommended that the City Council approve Resolution 22-23, designating certain streets to be included in the fiscal year 2022 into 2023 street rehabilitation program. Mr. Mayor, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Let's just see if there are questions on item A or item B. Consent agenda is easiest time around. Okay, I'll see if there's any public comments on, go ahead, please.
I just want to make sure I understand. Is item B the streets that are being discussed for repair in the next go-round?
Yes.
Okay. Let me take a look here, sorry.
Director Semino's at the ready if you.
Director Semino?
Mr. Grand Marshal, show off.
Yes. I'm Mr. Grand Marshal. So yeah, the question is, and we we have a project up in the Meadows that's, we're calling it the Meadows, right? That's being contemplated and discussed. I noticed that neighborhood is basically, you know, the neighborhood south and west is being contemplated or is being agendized for repair. My question is, I know maybe it's part of the circulation deal that they've been talking about. If we're going to repair Sunnyside from Grandview all the way up to the gates of the monastery, and let's say this thing does get approved, I think there's going to be a lot of construction vehicles going up and down. What kind of wear and tear will that have on our new roads? And if there is wear and tear and this thing does get approved, is there a way to make sure that this road gets fixed once again?
So there's a lot of factors that go into when we come up with a list, and the list is for the RMRA SB1 funding. We get multiple other funding sources, but this funding from Metro requires us to have an ordinance, so we have a plan every year. The factors that go into this is that one is water main replacement. So that area did get a water main replacement in 2019. So we're trying to follow those. And this one was actually designed to be in our project this year, but when we did our estimates with today's numbers, it wasn't going to fit in this year's rehabilitation project. So I'm just continuing this into the next year. The process that we were going to use for Sunnyside, Alegria, most of that is just a slurry seal, and what the slurry seal is just putting fresh oil on the asphalt, keep that asphalt viable so it doesn't crack so much, so it fills all the cracks, keeps it waterproof, and just rehabilitates that asphalt. There is an area up there with the Fairview Keys, which is a cul-de-sac and hasn't had attention in a long time. That's the one that's going to get a grinding and capping, so a new service there, and that wouldn't be part of the construction path of travel. So that really we were following the water main, and then we were also trying to just rehabilitate that asphalt to keep it fresh, so it stays good, and we don't have to replace it every so many years.
Okay, thank you.
A follow-up question of that. The stretch from Syracuse Drive over to Sunnyside that we replaced the mains on, that's still, the patches are still, so we're going to coat that with just slurry, or are we going to put asphalt on that, or?
Well, the patches are all smooth, everything
Right.
is
there going to be any slurry on that?
asphalt. So if we slurry that, we're just...
That'll be adequate then?
Yeah.
Okay, because I know they're kind of anxious to get that,
And
those patches
Syracuse
covered.
and Key Vista was not included in the project because the water mains there are
Right.
in such bad shape. We didn't want to put, new asphalt down.
Yeah, they were in bad shape when I lived there.
Yeah.
10 years ago,
so
12 years ago. Yeah. Thank you, Director Semina.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, I think that ends our questions. I'm going to throw this out to public comment on consent agenda items A and B. Do we have any?
Mr. Mayor, there were no speaker cards received for the consent calendar and no emails received either.
Thank you. So I'll bring it back to the council. Can we have a motion for approval?
I move to approve the consent calendar as presented.
Is there a second?
I second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And that motion carries unanimously. So we'll move to public hearing, and this is going to be on our proposed ordinance 1454.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Tonight, the City Council will be introducing for its first reading ordinance number 1454, which amends Chapter 1708, 1722, 1728 of Title 17 of the Sierra Madre Municipal Code, and this is otherwise known as the Second Unit's Ordinance Update. So just for a bit of background, on October 9, 2019, 5 bills were signed into law. There are comprehensive housing legislation regarding accessory dwelling units, or what the city referred to at the time as second dwelling units. On October 10th, in response to these bills, the city of Sierra Madre codified urgency ordinance 1418-U, which updated chapter 17.22, intending to be in compliance with the 2019 legislation. However, in February 25th, 2020, City Council Resolution 2010 suspended enforcement of chapter 1722 in response to potential litigation arising from several aspects of that updated ordinance, urgency ordinance, which was not consistent with state law. Since then, staff has been upholding the state law. This is Government Code Section 65852.2, which is a very baseline regulatory requirement for development of ADUs. In the meantime, on July 13th, 2021, City Council, staff brought to City Council a discussion item for the policy choices regarding the ADUs amnesty program, public facility fees, and financial incentives. We got direction from that and how to move forward on that, and then on August 5th, 2021, staff brought to the Planning Commission a discussion regarding the regulation for design, development, and procedural standards on the ADU ordinance. Planning Commission recommended that staff bring several draft ordinance versions. I'll go over that a little bit later. And on March 17th, Planning Commission held another follow-up discussion regarding these several ordinance options, selected one, and following that, on April 21st, Planning Commission held a public hearing with recommendation of one of those ordinance having selected and recommendation for approval by City Council. So on March 17th, the three basic concepts that guided the draft ordinance, first was a baseline regulation, which was the minimum needed to be consistent with state law. Again, that's Government Code Section 65852.2. The second concept here is design, development, and process. This is kind of filling in where state law is kind of silent on. This is to help provide a better process and design that fits into Sierra Madre and that is sensible for the city. The next concept was historic and tree preservation. Originally, this was just meant to be a reference to the city's existing historic and tree preservation guidelines. However, we were finding that these were somewhat subjective, and the idea and intent of the ADU ordinance is to be entirely objective so that the process can remain ministerial. I can flip to my notes for just a second. Following this meeting, the Planning Commission recommended the draft ordinance that included all of these concepts with minor changes to that, including amendments to the design and development process, originally drafted to remove hard restrictions that required consistency on a detached ADU. This was in order to promote unique designs and allow for differentiation on historic properties. The next was just to delete some other harsh requirements regarding strict pitched roofs, and instead just leave it up to unique design. Following that, staff also had a discussion with the city building official. Originally, there was a requirement for a minimum size of an ADU to be 220 square feet, but this was somewhat of an arbitrary number, so instead we decided to nix that and instead reference the current building code standards for what the minimum should be. Staff also found an inconsistency on section 17.28. This is permitted uses within the R3 zone. That permitted uses section only permitted second units or accessory dwelling units in a specific tier category, and instead state law would require that ADUs be permitted zone-wide in R3. So we made the amendments necessary to facilitate that. And on April 21st, as I previously described, staff brought all of those changes up for public hearing to the Planning Commission and recommended approval as drafted. So ordinance number 1454 contains 3 sections for municipal code text amendments. Section 2, 3, and 4 are really the bulk of the municipal code text amendments. Section 2 adds terms to general definitions of the zoning code necessary to facilitate second unit ordinances, maintain consistency. Section 3 deletes all of the existing sections for second dwelling units and adds all new sections regulating development for accessory dwelling units, and also renames the title of the chapter to be consistent across the board. Section 4 is again the amendment to the R3 zone, just to incorporate zone-wide approval or zone-wide permission of accessory dwelling units. Tonight, the City Council has several options for action. First, they may introduce for first reading by title only, Ordinance number 1454, an ordinance amending Chapter 1708 definitions, Chapter 1722 second units, and Chapter 17.28 R3 medium high density residential zone of Title 17 zoning of the Sierra Madre Municipal Code. Their second option is to conduct first reading of the ordinance with modifications. Third option is to deny the ordinance. Or fourth option is to continue consideration providing direction to staff. The recommendation for City Council is to introduce for first reading by title only ordinance number 1454. That concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you, Associate Planner Wolf. Very fine report. Do we have any questions? Councilmember Mendy.
I just have a strange question. Since we're aligning our, or cleaning up our ordinances, do we allow for dairy areas? I just see, what the dairy means premises where we can have one or more goats or combination thereof, or anything maintaining purpose of producing milk. I was just curious if we do allow for that.
So, Councilmember, I believe the cleanup is going to be the following public hearing. And I can explain, I'm not sure exactly why the amendment, I can tell you right now that it was the recommendation of Planning Commission originally to clean up the, I believe it's dairy with reference to what your question is.
I'm just wondering, it doesn't change the content and intent of what we're doing. It just stood out to me when I had read it, and I was just curious.
It originally came from a recommendation by the Planning Commission some time ago when we originally intended to bring a cleanup ordinance to Planning Commission and then to City Council. It got tabled for a while because there were other more pressing legislations to take care of first. And as to why removal of dairy,
Or no, we're keeping it in though.
Oh, dairy, oh, it's
We're
kept in.
keeping it, and I was just wondering if that's an allowable use, or is that allowable in our city, is my question. And that can be at a future point. I'm just interested.
Smart Alec.
I suppose it is
I'm
allowable.
interested. I don't know.
Anecdotally, I know that there are goats in Sierra
But whether or
Madre.
not they're milk producing, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know whether they're kept for the purpose
And
of
we have
producing
the
milk.
llamas, but I don't know if they're milk producing.
They're alpacas.
They're alpacas.
Alpacas.
They're actually at the same house as the goats, I believe.
Right.
Just curious.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Associate Planner Wolf, thank you for the presentation. You do a good job as always. So you mentioned the size. We had an arbitrary size on the secondary units, and then we nixed that because arbitrary, and then we went back to building code. So what does that mean? What is the size and under the code?
So as a size, originally drafted, it was required a minimum of 220 square feet. Now, that was based on building code's requirements for minimum habitable living area as 150 square feet, and then 70 square feet divvied up between the bathroom and the kitchen. So a total of 220 square feet is where that number is derived from. However, it's possible that building code may change sometime in the future to say maybe less than 150 square feet is permissible for living area. So we don't want to have to continue to make amendments just because building code changes.
I got it. So it just will default back to the building code.
Correct.
Great. That's a good change. Thank you.
Councilmember Parkers.
So we had, as I understand it, we had kind of a someone out there that likes creating lawsuits that caused the concern with this originally. Is that correct?
There are a couple advocacy groups out there for housing that do go out and investigate cities' ordinances and do a thorough analysis on it, I'm sure, and trying to come up with a reason for why it's not consistent with state law.
And do I understand it correctly that there is like a group out of HCD that provides legal help in trying to create the correct ordinances? Am I understanding that correctly?
So the city cities are required to submit the ordinance to HCD for review and final approval by HCD. If the city continues to enforce something that is not in compliance with HCD, having had any notice from HCD, then they can, I believe they'd be able to start litigation. But if they come back and they say you're out of compliance and we do suspend, then I don't believe they would follow through with litigation. City attorney may want to follow up on that.
So let me just try to clarify my question a little bit. So I understood that there was an active attorney group that helps cities make sure they have compliant ordinances. What I'm trying to understand is, are there additional resources, because we're a small city, Associate Planner Wolf, you're incredibly competent, but this is also incredibly complex and the laws are always changing. So it's not meant to reflect anything on your skills, but it's, you know, if we got additional resources to help make sure we avoid lawsuits, let's take advantage of them. And that's, so I'm trying to understand, so I'm confused as whether or not there are resources to help us, you know, because other cities are dealing with this all the time. They're dealing with these lawsuits, and if there's someone that says, yeah, this is how they do it, and this is how you fix it, and it makes our, you know, it allows us to go on and clean up things like taking dairies out of our code.
So, thank you for the question, Councilmember Parkhurst. Unfortunately, there is no agency within HCD that provides that regulatory guidance. However, as Planner Wolf stated, we will be submitting the ordinance adopted by the City Council to HCD for their review. And then they will provide us written comments regarding our ordinance. And if their written comments come back and say all clear, then I don't think the city has anything to worry about in that regard.
Great, thank you.
Can I suggest we do have a resource for this, and it is our own city attorney?
Thank you, I didn't mean to.
Yeah, no, I'm just, when I heard you describe it, I was thinking, that's exactly what City Attorney Gergosian does, so.
Right.
Thank you.
Shout out to him as well, it's like I'm shouting out for everybody else, so.
You have any other questions?
I don't have any questions.
Okay. Thank you, Planner Wolf. I'll put this out for, it is a public hearing, so I would like to open it up for public comment at this time. I'm hearing none here. Do you have anything for us?
No, Mr. Mayor, no yellow speaker cards or emails were received on this item.
I didn't think there'd be a stampede to council chambers on this one, so I'll bring it back to council. I don't know if we need much discussion. Maybe we could have a discussion by having a motion on the table first.
Mr. Mayor, I just had one comment. I attended the, I think both the March and the April Planning Commission meetings on this, and I can attest to the depth and breadth of discussion on all of this, and the comments that they provided in the March meeting were then reflected in the discussion, the item for discussion in the April meeting. So I am supremely confident in what they've made, in the recommendation that they've made, given the level of detail and attention they paid to this, just for the benefit of the rest of the council.
I'm glad you said that. Other comments? Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And so now we'll move on to continue public hearing for ordinance number 1455.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to go back and confirm that the motion was to approve the first reading.
Right.
Okay.
First reading.
Good evening again, just when you thought it wasn't long-winded enough. Tonight, we'll be reviewing first reading of ordinance number 1455. And if I could spare you all that language, it's for a cleanup ordinance.
Non-dairy cleanup ordinance.
For reading by title only of ordinance 1455. I'll go over all these chapters that we're amending in the following slides. Just as an overview, City Council prioritized a list of municipal code text amendments. It was approved on February 8th. These are described in the following categories. First is a response to state mandates to address affordable housing updates, urban lot split, ministerial design review permits, Starter Home Revitalization Act, and accessory dwelling unit, as we just went over. Second of those categories is to conduct an annual ordinance cleanup. And the third then is to prioritize a planning commission suggestions. And in more depth, planning commission suggestions, first was to reduce a maximum allowable floor area. We discussed this a little bit at the previous meeting. We nixed this idea because it was not consistent with what we thought was intended for Sierra Madre. Second was to consider a pre-approved ADU kind of a plan, like pre-approved plans, so that people, residents do not have to outsource to costly engineers or architects. Instead, the city can have pre-approved plans available for them to use. Third was to develop design guidelines and a standards booklet. Oh, I'm sorry, this was, third is development of guidelines and standards booklet, yeah. Fourth is the design guidelines and standards for commercial zones. So I think the third is intending for residential. Fifth is to design a review for multifamily, including C-zone mixed-use project, commercial zone, or consider additional objective standards. And this is all in intent to eventually create objective findings for design review. Those items will be discussed at a later date, in addition to these other cleanup items, to amend the discretionary demolition permit properties for historic codes, and also to include structures and properties that are deemed eligible for listing as a landmark but less than 75 years of age. We have one property near in the past which was like this, where it was deemed eligible for landmark, but it was not more than 75 years of age. Another item to address, in a quite hefty item, is a comprehensive update to the R2 two-family residential zoning code. So tonight, this is ordinance number 1455. This is the cleanup ordinance. This is the annual cleanup. It contains 6 sections of municipal code text amendments. The first section, so that's section 2 in the ordinance, is amendments to the R1 one-family residential ordinance 1720 of the municipal code, to first provide an administrative design review process to reduce the prevailing front yard setback at sometimes greater than 25 feet as a requirement, to be as low as 25 feet with an administrative design review process. And second, to reinstate the covered parking requirement for the R2 zone, which somehow got lost in the parking code amendments in 2020. The next section is amending the R3 medium high density residential ordinance. This is section 17.28 of the municipal code, to first reduce setbacks for garages in the R3 zone to be 3 feet from the side and rear. This is consistent with the R1 requirements. And second, to include development and construction site standards. These are regulatory standards that we require for the R1, the R2, and the canyon residential zones. The next section amends the manufacturing zone. This is 17.40 of the municipal code, to fix cross-referencing with the commercial zone so the code functions properly. The next section is an amendment to the development standards 17.48 to remove the minor conditional use permit requirement for arbors and decorative features. The community felt that this was an overbearing feature, or an overbearing requirement for something that would improve a property and its overall beauty in the front yard. So instead, what functionally this does is continues to require that there be no features that cause an obstruction of line of sight at a corner property. So the arbors may still be permitted in the front yard, but not so as to create obstruction of views for drivers at the corner property. The next section amends the Hillside Hillside management zone. This is 17.52 to first amend the title of the chapter to read RH instead of just H. The rest of the code does refer to RH. And second is amend the review procedures, providing an administrative review process for modifications from architectural standards. This would be through an administrative hillside permit, which currently requires a variance as a much different type of review with much different findings that are not quite appropriate for these types of modifications. The next section amends the variance and discretionary permits ordinance. This is 17.60 of the municipal code to require a licensed architect to prepare applications for administrative and design review permits and administrative and hillside development permits. And this is as a result of council's recent, not so recent, back in 2020 decision to amend the authority of a design review permit and Hillside development permit to staff level first, with discretion of the director to elevate it to the planning commission. Since we're getting a lot of applications for design review permits, not all of them are coming from an architect, and it's causing a lot of back and forth for review and changes and updates, which are not quite always communicated as clearly as with an architect. Tonight, the council may introduce for first reading by title only, ordinance number 1455. They may conduct first reading with modifications. They may deny ordinance number 1455 or continue consideration of ordinance number 1455, providing direction to staff. The recommendation is to introduce for first reading by title only, ordinance number 1455. That concludes my presentation. Of course, I'm open for questions.
Thank you, Planner Wolf. So we'll go back and see what questions we have before we go to the public.
I have a question.
Councilmember Parkhurst, go ahead.
So this is to conduct an annual ordinance cleanup. And there were, what, 10 things? There were 5 things, I guess, on the list. Yeah, so there's 5 things on the list that aren't going to be done at a later date. So how were, I'm still trying to wrap my head around, how were the items that you are updating determined? Since it's not on the list of 5 things that we have on slide 3.
So when staff was compiling a list of cleanup items to make, it did include a lot of these other things, such as pre-approved ADUs, development guidelines, standards, and design review for multifamily, the R2 update, and all of those other things I listed. When we brought this to the Planning Commission, they recommended these things be pulled aside and studied in higher level analysis. These other items were minor enough to be put through as annual cleanup.
It's just ministerial. It's correcting, and it's clear from your presentation. We're just correcting real minor inconsistencies across the code.
That's correct. It can be summarized as correcting errors in syntax and cross-referencing, and also provides a bit of relief in some of the more strict development standards.
Great, thank you.
Here.
Yes, Councilmember Arizmendi.
Thank you, Planner. Wolf, this is not about milk-producing animals question. It's about section 7. I'm curious to that. Is, with a licensed architect requiring it, I can understand putting some kind of standard out there, just so there isn't a lot of back and forth. Historically, do these applications have an architect that's required for what's proposed? And I'm just thinking about this in additional costs. But historically, what are some of the applications, and would they require an architect?
So historically, these applications have not required an architect.
Right.
They are commonly completed by an architect, but there is a notable difference in quality between something prepared by an architect and something prepared by someone of not licensed professional.
And what are examples of some of the things that have been proposed or people have applied for?
I apologize, I can't recall on the top of my head any examples. Are you asking for examples of projects not prepared by an architect?
Or any of the applications. I mean, I'm sure we receive quite a bit in terms of these, the administrative design review permit, I don't know, an addition of a kitchen, something. Is that an example of
Yeah,
what could
so
be
a common
submitted?
example is a second-story addition to an
Okay.
existing single-story structure. Other common examples lately that I can think of off the top of my head would fully demolish an existing structure and in place put a 2-story structure where it would have a comprehensive overall architectural style that we believe would definitely be better quality as done by an architect.
Okay, so yeah, the proposed projects you would assume would have a licensed architect anyway. So I just wanted clarification on that. I didn't know if it was additional burden of cost for the applicants, but it sounds like if those are typical applications that we would expect a licensed architect to be in the at least in the process of the application or design. So thank you.
Go ahead.
So just expanding on that, this isn't for items such as the arbor that no longer needs a permit, right? So, or fences or things of that nature. You could have somebody draw up a fence and bring it to the planning desk, and that could be approved. We're talking about bigger projects, right?
Right, so the current, well, with regard to fences, yes, the current requirement for fence height in the front yard is 42 inches. That's under a different section of the same chapter of that code. Arbors were specifically called out as being able to be permitted up to 10 feet in height with a minor conditional use permit. Now, arbors can range anywhere between something custom built to something from Home Depot. And when you're buying something from Home Depot and staff say you have to get a minor conditional use permit to put it in your front yard, it's a little overbearing.
Yeah, okay. No, I just want to
Yeah.
expand on the scope of what type of work is being done, rather than just somebody fixing up their yard to look nice. It's a larger scope that would need a design review permit, et cetera. Okay.
Yeah. Any other questions?
Yeah, I guess just to follow up on that, I mean, I assume that the reasoning behind that is twofold. One, I mean, I think you mentioned that part of it is burden on the staff to essentially do some of the work that you would expect the applicant to have done in preparing their application, if it's not done by someone who's qualified to do so. I'm wondering also if it's a public safety issue. I mean, I don't know that we want our staff to be in the position of, you know, preparing or you know, approving plans that aren't prepared by a professional, you know, given that, you know, then, you know, we're sort of doing the work of making sure that this is a safe and, you know, a safe proposal or a safe structure.
So to clarify, at the stage of a design review, there's no requirement to have anything engineered or approved by an engineer. Eventually, though, when it goes through the Building and Safety Department for construction review, it does have to meet those standards. An engineer does have to be responsible for those construction plans. So
the same kinds of applications that we're talking about here requiring a licensed architect would be of the same kind that would eventually get, if it was to go through the process, eventually requiring a licensed engineer. So we're sort of talking about the same scope of project in both categories.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, hearing none, this is a public hearing, so let's open this up for public comment on item 1455. Proposed first reading. Not hearing any. Do we have any?
Mr. Mayor, there were no speaker cards received for this item, nor were any emails received.
Okay, thank you. So bring it back to the council. And
just to kind of close out
please,
on
please do.
On the conversation of the architect and engineer. So is it right in understanding that we're basically moving things up, we're requiring an architect for something that eventually will go have an engineering review. So we're getting it right at the front of the project versus working on the back end?
I think it's slightly two different things. My point was just that if these are the types of projects that are, if they're going to be approved, require a licensed engineer, it doesn't seem to me that it's too burdensome to also ask that the architect work on the application to begin with, because that's kind of the type of project that we're talking about that would likely include professionals like that, versus what Mayor Pro Tem was talking about, you might just do it yourself.
Yeah, Home Depot special.
So anything that would require an architect is eventually going to require an engineer as well. Is that right?
Councilmember Parkhurst in the mic.
Oh, sorry. So anything that's going to require an architect is eventually going to require, or anything that's going to require an engineer anything that will require an architect will eventually require an engineer.
I don't know if all cases.
Or not.
I mean, I don't know if that's like a truism, but I think the idea was that that's kind of the scope of the project that we're talking about.
It's kind of the scope. Okay, thank you.
Other thoughts on this before we?
I can just reiterate my comment from before. I mean, the nature of these amendments were not, you know, nearly as substantive as the others, but the Planning Commission did treat them with due consideration for sure.
I'll move to approve the first reading of ordinance number 1455, amending chapter 17.20, chapter 17.28, 17.40, 17.48, chapter 17.52, Chapter 17.6 are what I start, and of Title 17 of Sierra Madre Municipal Code.
Well done. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Which brings us to our next agenda item,
First thing.
which is, we are skipping the, as we mentioned earlier, the master lease agreement with Tower Point. So that brings us to our discussion. Consideration of an ordinance number 1457, amending Chapter 8.06, smoking of Title 8, Health and Safety of the Sierra Madre Municipal Code, prohibiting smoking in multi-unit residences.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. So here I'll be giving a presentation on report and ordinance summary for the draft of the smoke-free multi-unit housing ordinance. So to provide a little bit of background, at the council meeting on September 14th of 2021, a presentation was given by the Pasadena-based nonprofit Day One that gives information on smoke-free multi-unit housing. Following that, on October 12th, 2021, at the council meeting, City Council requested responses to questions regarding the implementation of an ordinance, and then most recently, at the council meeting on April 12th of 2022, council directed staff to prepare an ordinance prohibiting smoking in multi-unit housing. So now, staff is recommending that council provide direction on the implementation of an ordinance. So the following slides will provide some information on what the ordinance would look like. So who and what applies here? So the ordinance would apply to multi-unit residents of 5 or more units, and that entails renter-occupied and owner-occupied multi-unit residencies, so apartments or condominiums. Continued, tobacco and marijuana smoke, as well as
Can you speak up a little bit more into the mic, please? Thank you.
Tobacco, marijuana smoke, and any type of vaping would be prohibited. Smoking and those who aid and abet in smoking would also be in violation of the ordinance, and the ordinance would be effective as units become vacant or there is a change of occupancy. So starting July 1st of this year, landlords and homeowners association would be informed that the ordinance would be taking place, with the effective date being January 1st of 2023. And in terms of enforcement, enforcement may be achieved by 3 means. So the first being landlord enforcement, where landlords would have the option to evict a tenant, and the ordinance would immunize them from prosecution if they follow the proper requirements. The next would be private enforcement, where a private individual may file a lawsuit to collect damages or release an individual from release. And then lastly, we have public enforcement, where under the ordinance, smoking would be considered a public nuisance, and they'd be prosecuted accordingly to that. And then lastly, we have alternatives moving forward. So we can adopt ordinance number 1457 as amended, reject consideration of the ordinance, or continue consideration of the ordinance. That is all.
Thank you, Analyst Intern Reynoso. So what questions do we have for staff at this point?
Mayor, may I add something?
Please.
At the last city council meeting, staff didn't have clear direction on the effective date of the ordinance. So if you look at section 2C, we have written that it's effective January 1st, 2023, and that no person shall smoke in a common area of a multi-unit residence. But then it goes on to state, and we've highlighted this portion, Upon the commencement of a new lease, rental agreement, or change in occupancy, no person shall smoke in any part of that corresponding multi-unit residence. So here's staff's confusion, and we need council direction on. Does the city council want this ordinance to take effect both within the unit and within common areas, and to apply to everybody on January 1st, 2023? Or in the alternative, do we want a phased-in approach where this, while the ordinance takes effect in 2023, individual renters or individual homeowners won't be burdened by it until there's been a change of lease or a change in ownership or some kind of new contract? Does that distinction make sense?
It does, it does.
May I ask a question?
Please.
So, if we're thinking about leases, oftentimes it might be like a 2-year lease initially, and then it goes month to month. Is that month to month a trigger for a new lease, or how does that work?
It wouldn't be a new lease. That's the existing lease, all the existing terms, it just goes month to month. But we could write it such that it would be triggered. That would just be a little more difficult to enforce, I think.
Okay.
Other questions?
So just to follow up on that, so if you've got a 2-year lease and then you do another, and you're still living there and you just increase the price, is that considered a new lease, even though it's all the terms are the same, the only thing that changes is the dollars per month? That's considered a new lease?
I would consider that an amendment to an existing lease. I wouldn't consider that a new lease.
Okay.
And another point of confusion that arose, and I just want to clarify for both members of the public and for the council, this doesn't prohibit people from smoking in Sierra Madre. They can smoke in designated areas, and they can smoke outside in the public right-of-way. What it does prevent is smoking within the common areas and within the units, just to be clear.
I have a question too, and maybe I have this wrong, but as it applies to condominiums, this covers people when leases change and ownership or occupancy changes. But what about a situation where you have owners of condos and they're there for a long period of time? We're really not going to impact this for such people, right?
Correct. So in that case, if it was going to be a phased-in approach, it would only apply upon a change of ownership, probably.
Right.
I just want to expand on, I wrote down a question about condominiums, and I understand, somebody that's leasing where there's a landlord and that's a business in town and we can regulate that, but can we reach into the home of owners such as condominiums and tell them you cannot smoke within your own dwelling that you own?
So we believe that we can, and this is something that likely be enforced by neighbors, other residents, because to the extent that the condominium unit has adjoining walls or shared vents, the smoke that's produced in one unit would affect neighboring units. We could enforce it the same way we would enforce, for example, I think at the last meeting we had something about fruit tree litter in your backyard. It's technically your property, but having that fruit tree litter would cause animals to come to your yard and affect your neighbors, and so we've prohibited it as a nuisance.
Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, good.
No, I interrupted you. Go ahead, please.
So, but the analogy breaks down in my mind is that we would fine the person for the fruit tree litter in their yard. So, can we evict someone from a condominium? Or is it just a fine that they get every month? So now it's just, they get fined whatever the code is, and so what does what's that cost if someone says, I'm not willing to move, I've bought this house, bought this condo, when I bought it, I could smoke in it, I'm going to continue to smoke on it. What's the cost to them then on a, whatever time increment that it is?
So as Ms. Reynoso mentioned, there are 3 methods of enforcement. The landlord may enforce, the a private enforcer may enforce, as defined in this code, and the city may enforce. The landlord's remedy is really terminating the lease and pursuing an unlawful detainer action. The private enforcer's remedy is going to be damages, most likely, and the city's remedy is going to be administrative fines, most likely. So that in no situation, whether it's a renter or a homeowner, would the city be in a situation to evict someone. The city just wouldn't take that type of action. And Mr. Reynoso, I apologize if I'm taking over all the.
So then what do the fines peak out at?
We have a administrative fee schedule as provided under the government code, and I believe the fee schedule is $100 for the first violation, $200 for the second, $500 for the third, and $500 for every violation thereafter. And it'd be a daily fine.
Oh. $500.
And the city has the discretion to enforce that, so it could seek a lesser sum if it wants, but those are the maximums.
And then if the resident, then they can get any administrative costs, but there's no, and I don't know the right legal term, apologize. So what type of?
It'd be damages.
Yeah,
they would seek
thank you,
damages.
So what would the damages,
I believe the damages are spelled out in the code. If you give me a moment, I can scroll down and find that.
I believe it's in B3.
Right, yes, B3. It says, upon proof of violation of this chapter, the court may award the following actual damages. So for example, if the neighbor had a child who had asthma, and as a result of the smoke, that child had an asthma attack and had to go to the hospital, and the individual had to incur some medical expense, they can recover that medical expense as actual damages from their neighbor. So that's an example of actual damages. And if there's insufficient or no proof of actual damages, $250 for each violation of this chapter. And those are individual occurrences, I believe. Statutory damages capped at a total of $25,000. So figure $250 per day, maxed at $25,000. Is I believe how that play out.
So max of $25,000 ever? So you just keep finding them till they get to $25,000, and then that's capped for the lifetime of the people that are in dispute?
No, I believe that'd be for that cause of action, and then so assuming you collect your $25,000 and the person continues to violate, then again that would run.
Okay, thank you.
Well, and then you also may have what we have under C here, which is exemplary damages. So presumably if someone's been fined such that they've reached the statutory limitation, you know, the proof of willful disregard for this law would, I mean, you can't say for sure it would be proved, but it would certainly be strong evidence that after you've paid $25,000 and you continue to violate, you might be able to get exemplary damages, which would not be capped. That would just be the court's discretion, correct?
Correct. Exemplary damages, also known as punitive damages, are within the court's discretion and they have no limit.
Back up just a quick question, either intern Reynoso or you could answer it. Right now, the way this is written, the condo owner is not going to be forced under this proposed language to make any changes in their smoking habits, correct? So we could change that. We could change this in such a way to put some kind of timeline that would require them to make changes. Is that without incurring their? Do we have that legal right? I guess is what I'm getting at. Let me just say arbitrary. I'll say as of next March, from here on out, you're not allowed to smoke in an owned condominium.
If the council were to strike the highlighted language that I cited earlier in section 2C, I think, then this ordinance would apply equally to condominium owners and to renters. And it would apply as of January 1st, 2023. So within 6 months, and the city would take charge in providing notice to both, would take charge in providing notice to landlords, and landlords would then provide the required notice to their tenants, and the city would also reach out to homeowners associations for the condominiums.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I request a clarification on that? I actually think you'd actually also have to change the first sentence, right? Because the first sentence just prohibits smoking in the common area. So a mere deletion of the highlighted portion wouldn't regulate interior areas at all, right? So we'd have to actually expand that?
Correct, yes. We would have to change that. It was originally drafted to apply to both, and then we added the highlighted language, so we had to correct the first sentence. So yes, thank you. We'd have to prohibit it for both common areas and the multi-unit residences themselves.
Question, in terms of the private action remedy, it doesn't appear that under this formulation there would be any remedy by any of the neighbors, as a private enforcer, to force any eviction or loss of property by the offender, correct?
Correct.
So the remedy for the neighbor or private enforcer would be either money damages that we just talked about, or at least with respect to a apartment type situation, a lease, the ability to break their lease without meaningful recompense or recourse.
I would add another. I don't think a court would grant it, but potentially an injunction against the individual that's smoking. So a person can seek a court order for the court to order the individual to not smoke and for the court to place some kind of limitation subject to contempt, basically, if the individual were to violate the court order.
But we don't need to provide that in the statute. That would just be a
correct
normal legal remedy.
Correct.
Mr. City Attorney, so if we can give power to landlords, can we just in effect give power to homeowners associations that for multi-occupancy with 5 or more?
In what sense give them power?
Well, to have some type of remedy first rather than going through the process to private enforcement. I guess that would be private enforcement.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're talking about in a condo situation?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
The difference, the homeowners association and the landlord are not similarly situated in that the landlord has the authority, owns the property, so has the authority to remove the resident or whoever's renting or leasing, but obviously homeowners association doesn't own the individual units. So.
Okay.
We exhausted all our questions? Looks like it. Okay, thank you both. And I'll open this up for public comment. Madam City Clerk, do you have some yellow cards for us?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. The first speaker card received is from Mary Monahan. There was also a written comment, but there's a yellow speaker card.
She had to leave.
Okay, thank you. Second speaker card is from Primo Castro.
Great. Mayor, members of the City Council, Primo Castro with the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network, here in support of your MUH ordinance policy that you're considering and discussing tonight. There's a couple things that I just wanted to bring, just share with you. First, ACS Can and the American Cancer Society are just not in support of any policy that will evict anybody from their homes. We already know this is LA County. This is very difficult. We're in a time where we're in a shortage of housing, so we're not going to support any policy that's going to go ahead and evict anybody straight out and stuff. We all know exactly the complications. I think if it was one thing where, the whole process of leasing was the same throughout. Unfortunately, there's month to month, there's 6 months, 1 year, etc. It's very complicated. So unfortunately, just because of the short-term shortage of housing in LA County, we just cannot support anything that leads to eviction. Number two, from the language that I saw in the ordinance, in the draft ordinance, is that we ask that you please change the definition of multi-unit residence from 5 or more to 2 or more. Just because obviously then we want to make sure that this is having an impact on everybody, not just on those that are 5 units or more. Obviously, we know that There's lots, a lot of the majority of housing in LA County has more than 2 or more. 5 or more is usually, you're talking about bigger complexes. So we want to make sure that we capture more units, and for the public safety of others as well and stuff. So with that being said, that's pretty much all I wanted to comment on. But, you guys are doing a great job and pushing, and hopefully we'll be able to see a draft or a passage of an ordinance as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Jacqueline Garay.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Goss and council members. My name is Jacqueline Garay, and I'm here on behalf of Angelinos for Clean Air. We are working in the city of Los Angeles to educate the community about the harms of secondhand smoke. The health risks from exposure to secondhand smoke are well documented, especially for children and adults with asthma or other chronic illnesses, pregnant women, and the elderly. The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency estimates that secondhand smoke causes more than 300,000 cases of asthma, bronchitis, middle ear infections, and pneumonia in children each year in the United States. The U.S. Surgeon General has stated that there is no risk-free level of exposure to secondhand smoke. Recommendations from national experts, including the U.S. Surgeon General, point to the importance of reducing exposure to secondhand smoke as the leading strategy to reduce tobacco-related disease and death. We applaud the Council's effort and leadership in considering a policy solution that will contribute to a healthier community for residents in Sierra Madre, and we hope that other cities follow. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Andrea Reyes.
I'm quite tall, so right, so good evening, Honorable Mayor Goss and council members. My name is Andrea Reyes, and I'm here on behalf of the Community Health Alliance Neighbors for Smoke-Free Lungs. We are working in the city of Los Angeles on the issue of preventing secondhand smoke exposure, and on behalf of our coalition, we thank the council for considering a policy solution that will protect Sierra Madre residents from exposure to secondhand smoke and its harmful effects. Reducing exposure to secondhand smoke not only helps protect lives, but it also has other benefits. Smoke-free multi-unit housing laws also improves health and overall wellness of tenants and homeowners, improves air quality, provide economic benefits to landlords, and reduces the risk of fire damage, injury, and death. With the onset of COVID-19, people have been spending more time in their homes, and now it is even more critical to protect residents from inhaling secondhand smoke involuntarily. On behalf of the Community Health Alliance Neighbors for Smoke-Free Lungs, I applaud the city for the leadership in following up with this concerned residents have voice, and hope that other cities follow. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Mary Doyle.
Hello, my name is Dr. Mary Doyle, and I reside at 636 West Sierra Madre Boulevard. I'm also a physician employed by the Department of Public Health, LA County Department of Public Health. First of all, I'm ecstatic. I really, really am. And I'd really like to thank you all for this important step forward in considering an ordinance to limit or eliminate drifting smoke from tobacco and other such products in multi-unit housing. Sierra Madre is a town that seems to pride itself on being progressive and proactive and ensuring a safe and healthy environment for all of our citizens. And this ordinance will really show that we are committed to this idea, and that we're not just based on talk and consideration and long dragged out kinds of processes. But I would ask a couple of things about the ordinance. First, I agree with the gentleman who just spoke about more strictly defining multi-unit housing to less than 5. And I don't know if 3 would work, but I understand the issue with duplexes, but I think we really need to be very careful about that. Second, I would like to see some language that includes the homeowners associations to enact these ordinance immediately for anyone who's renting a condo, and then eventually, if you're going to grandfather in when the ownership changes, but there needs to be very specific protection, which means you have to also include the common areas in homeowners, in condominiums where they share common walls and fences. Because oftentimes there's a small cinder block wall, and the homeowner may want to smoke outside, and of course it drifts next door to their neighbors. Finally, I'd also like to make sure that you define common areas broadly. Sometimes we have an area that they will say is for picnic use or whatever, but there's also laundry rooms and things like that that are partly indoor-outdoor, and I think people need to be sure that that gets included. And then finally, I would also ask that the ordinance pay attention to multi-unit housing that is adjacent to other properties, because sometimes homeowners who are next to an apartment or next to a condo, they will also suffer the effects of smoke that they shouldn't need to. But anyway, I applaud you, I thank you, and I think we'll get there, I hope.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the final speaker card is for John Doyle.
Good evening, Mayor Goss and members of the City Council. My name is John Doyle, and I live in Sierra Madre. First, I would like to thank the City Council for its careful consideration of this issue and the timeliness with which you've really decided to take action. It's wonderful. For the past 10 years, I've lived in a townhome immediately adjoining a large apartment complex where a good portion of the tenants smoke. I have asthma, and because of this, drifting smoke poses a particular health risk to me. I smell and breathe marijuana and cigarette smoke that drifts from where the smokers congregate next door in order to socialize and smoke at a table just a few feet from my small backyard and my living room and bedroom windows. On nice days, it is always a race for me to get inside and close all the windows. I believe that the people of Sierra Madre who live in multi-unit housing like me have the right to breathe smoke-free air in their homes, balconies, and backyards. Because of my experience, which I share with many other residents, I request that the proposed ordinance bar smoking in multi-unit housing, including all balconies, common areas, and even private use areas, because the drifting smoke just cannot be contained. I would like to talk for a minute about the grandfathering issue. I believe it would be appropriate for this body to set a date, a deadline, after which no more smoking will be allowed in multi-unit housing, regardless of turnover, either by ownership or renters. That is something I think you have the power to do and would be appropriate, and the number of years that it would take, 3 years, 5 years, whatever seems reasonable notice to get people to modify their behavior or choose to smoke out, on the street. There's another issue that I'd like to mention too, which is there was a mention of designated areas for smokers. And I just want to say that that also needs some clarity, because it could arguably include common areas or areas where the smoke would be able to drift and affect other people in the multi-unit housing. I want to thank you again for your efforts to make Sierra Madre a healthier place to live. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Doyle.
Mr. Mayor, there were 3 emails received on this topic. All emails were forwarded to the City Council for consideration. Emails received from Colette Monell, Mary and Jeff Monahan, and the Rethinking Alcohol and Other Drugs Coalition. All emails have been uploaded to the city's website for transparency.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Okay, so we had robust public input. I'd like to get this back to council and deliberate this.
Mr. Mayor, I
Yes.
have a quick question that some of the comments just forced me to look at some other sections in more detail. Can somebody, whether it is Intern Reynoso or City Attorney Garagosian, on section, for the notice, it's section 5, It states, under 8.06, smoke-free, it's notice, but I just wanted clarification. On number 2, it says, "A homeowners association shall give written notice to every unit to inform residents of prohibitions under this chapter." But since homeowners associations aren't technically anything that we can enforce, can we just clarify what that section refers to, or that item refers to?
Thank you for the question. So the homeowners association would refer to the governing body of the multi-unit complex for those that are cooperatively owned. And while unlike landlords, they don't get a business license to operate in the city, I think the city would have to leverage its relationships with them. At this point, I don't think there is a way we could. I'd have to do a little more research, actually. I don't want to conclude anything off at this point, but it still may be possible to enforce it against homeowners associations to ensure that they meet this obligation, and if they don't, I believe there is a remedy for the city, and that remedy would be administrative enforcement.
So it would be notification that this ordinance is in place and that, what?
That this ordinance is in place and where they can and can't smoke.
Okay, that's helpful, thank you.
Other questions or comments now? Mayor Pro Tem?
So I just want, I kind of want to circle back on the multi-unit definition. I remember we spoke about ADUs and JADUs, so that could be 3, right? Did we contemplate 5 because of potential SB 9 lot splits, or I really don't remember. Was that it?
Right, I think that is the reason. Under SB 9, you can have, it's a little complicated. Technically, I guess you could have a single parcel that's split into 2 parcels, and each of those 2 parcels get to have 2 units. So it's not actually the case that you would have a single parcel with 4 units. You'd have a single parcel with 2 units under SB 9.
Yeah.
Under the ADU law, you can have a single parcel with 3 units.
Mm-hmm.
And so if the council were to adopt an ordinance, say that defines multi-unit to be 4 or more, that wouldn't be captured by, that wouldn't capture the ADUs, and that wouldn't capture the SB 9 units.
Do we have to actually define it solely by number of units? I mean, isn't part of the issue here, common walls? I mean, I would think in a situation where you have a standalone home and then a standalone ADU, that would not be what we were talking about, even with the two units on a parcel. So is there a way that we can thread this needle by, carving out, that number, setting the number at whatever we want, but then saying it doesn't apply if the homes are not adjoining, or the units are not adjoining?
Can I follow up? Because I agree with you on that, and I would, but I don't want to lose the duplex, whether it's 2 or 4, how many. I think a duplex is multi-unit housing, and that this should apply to that.
Or bungalow courts.
Right.
Well, that's different. I would think of a duplex as being adjoining.
It has an adjoining.
Yeah, sharing.
Yeah, so
shared,
it should be affected by
but
that.
that probably wouldn't cover a bungalow court, because they are separate units.
Yes.
And the duplex wouldn't be included, because it's not 5 or more. You're saying if 2
No,
or more.
what I'm arguing is that we should include 2 or more, but I would exclude the ADUs for the reason Councilmember Creep suggests.
But the point about the bungalow units, that's subdividing a lot even smaller, so that wouldn't be covered because it's going to be, I can't remember how the bungalow unit is, but it's subdividing a parcel into really small, right?
Yeah. I'll try to answer all these questions.
Sorry.
So the reason we chose to define it by units is that's because it's commonly defined that way. Most ordinances throughout the state that limit smoking define it in terms of units. Now, if we did decrease the number of units, I think the council should be aware that then we're moving this ordinance from the multifamily zone into the single-family zone. And if that's the council's direction, then staff's happy to follow that direction. But that's, if we were to reduce it to a number less than 4, we would move it into the residential. This ordinance would begin taking effect in the R1, in the Hillside, and in the Canyon.
If they otherwise satisfied the requirement that there be some, shared adjoining type property, right?
Correct.
And what would be your sense of the effect of moving it to different sections, other than multifamily, or in addition to multifamily?
What the impact would be?
Mhm.
The impact would just be broader, and I think it'd be, the private enforcement aspect of this ordinance would be compounded by a lot more. If we were to exclude ADUs, probably to a lesser degree. To your point, Councilmember Parkhurst, so generally the bungalow courts, the one you're thinking about, you're thinking about that specific statute, AB 803, that divides an individual parcel into a number of separate parcels where you can build homes, and then you get this bungalow court looking development. That wouldn't apply here, most likely, because those bungalow courts probably won't be having shared walls, and they'd be separate parcels. This only contemplates developments on a single parcel, multiple units on a single parcel.
And just to follow up on that point, because this was another question I had, the private right of action isn't limited, the way I read this, isn't limited to, for example, a neighboring tenant in a multi-use, in a leased multi-use unit. This could, to Mr. Doyle's point, this could extend to a neighbor owning their house next to a apartment complex. It's not limited to someone who's in the same complex as the offender, correct?
Correct, and it's for the council to determine who we want to give this action to, because I believe the way it's written, for example, an organization like Day One can pursue an action and collect its attorney's fees on behalf of a resident, for example.
On behalf of a resident, or even not on behalf of a resident?
Or not on behalf of a resident, but I imagine the cause of action would originate from a resident having some kind of complaint.
Well, I kind of got the ball rolling in all this because I really do believe it's a public health issue, and I really do believe that we shouldn't be imposing, cancer-causing agents on people who we share adjoining walls with. And it seems to me that if we could make this work and not bring in too many outside sources of litigation, that we should go for the 2 units in any duplex that's built based on SB 9. But I would leave ADUs alone. I'd leave single-family dwellings alone, per se, because they're not imposing on other people. But I would also add more teeth to this. I really do believe that we should give more relief to people who live in condominiums, who may be living maybe they're leasing, but maybe the person next door to them owns, or maybe they both own. We need to give them some relief from someone who is, imposing on their right to breathe clean air. I don't know what that would mean. Do we set a date? Could we set a date and say everybody at this point in time will cease smoking in private and public areas in multi-unit housing? I'd like to run that up the flagpole and see if anybody salutes it.
It doesn't prohibit people from smoking. I think that's the thing that I got my head around. Is it prevents them from smoking in what they're renting, what they're owning, and in common areas. Those are the 3 areas that, as I understand it, that would be, cannot smoke there. You can go out in the street and smoke. You can go in any other public area and smoke. Is that
or your car?
Yeah, or your car, exactly. That's the right interpretation, isn't it?
Correct.
I would just say that actually you can't smoke on certain public property, so it wouldn't be anywhere out in the public.
No parks,
yeah. Okay.
And just to clarify that in the scenario of a duplex, are we talking about duplex that is rented out, where you have tenants in it? And or are we saying that those are duplexes where you technically can have 2 different owners?
So there, I'm going to try to answer it a different way.
Okay.
the ADU law, there might be a rational basis to distinguish the ADU law from the duplexes, because while on the same parcel, both of them can create two separate units, the ADU law only creates rentable units. And those rentable units, you can choose to rent them, or you can choose not to rent them and give it to like your grandma or your adult son to live in. But the SB 9 ordinance for the duplexes, it creates rentable units or for sale units. And that distinction is probably important, because if it's a for sale unit, you probably don't have people from the same household living on that same parcel. You might have people from different households living on that same parcel, which you may not get under the ADU ordinance. So I think I may have answered your question. It's not, you'll get both rental and
Right. So then in the duplex scenario, where what the mayor's potentially proposing could mean that we have owners in both of those units,
correct.
which would put us back in a condo. Yeah.
Basically, yeah.
I'll just throw this out there. I said this last meeting, this is one ordinance that I really have had a hard time with, or consideration of us passing anything. I think back in 2014, when I first got on council, I had a group that I spoke with, and there wasn't much momentum or any traction with the city council at the time. So I think where we are right now is pretty amazing considering the last few years. I am actually okay with 5 units or more. I'm okay with the language of, I'm okay with where we are with condos right now. I know it's not ideal. I'm not comfortable with the 2 units simply because of the ownership piece as a possibility. And I hear some of the concerns too that the Doyles have brought up, and also some of the other people that came up for public comment. I would hate to think that we're going to go for perfection to pass something. In my mind, maybe I'd leave it for the council later to reevaluate and reconsider. And I'm also okay with the language of the timing and the phasing in. I rather like that, just because I think it's going to take time for us to figure out how to implement it and phase it in. And I actually can appreciate what enforcement looks like, because I think initially I was really concerned that this would put quite the strain on our police department and enforcement and how that's going to look. So I think this is a good first test at putting an ordinance in place. Again, not ideal and doesn't meet everyone's needs. Still am a little bit cringy about it, but I understand the intent, and I myself do not like secondhand smoke and understand the public health issue of it. So I'm okay with the way that's proposed. I don't know where the rest of council is and how we will consider it, but I will throw that out there and say that I'm in favor of it. And I would even throw out a motion to, what would our motion be on this? Is this a first?
It's just discussion.
Discussion, okay. So I will say that I'm in support of the way it's proposed, and I'd be interested in seeing what the next steps would be.
Mayor Pro Tem, you want to say?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Ismendi, and I agree with you on a lot of those points. My fear early on, and I know I expressed this, was that I don't think we should put laws on the books that we can't enforce. I like the way staff has put this together, that it is an enforceable ordinance outside of city resources. We're enabling residents and landlords to be able to enforce this as they see fit. I'm really kind of leaning maybe 3 or more. I think, or more than 3 rather, not 3 or more, to define multi-unit. And I also like the idea that was brought up by Dr. Doyle to broadly define common areas. I think that's important. So there's a broad definition to common area to make sure we're capturing that as well. So that's where I sit now. Again, I do believe this is an issue of public health, and it's an important issue that we should be discussing and trying to get an ordinance that is enforceable.
Mr. Mayor, so I think I would echo most of what Mayor Pro Tem said in terms of both the numerical number of unit threshold. I guess where I'm struggling, and I think I mentioned this when we discussed at our last meeting, is how to thread the needle on the enforcement, because I really do think, and I know, how many leases are drafted. I mean, I would surmise that the vast majority of leases in this town could theoretically never end. I mean, in terms of people who are long-term residents, who like living here, who like their apartment, like to smoke, and and their lease is just going to roll over and roll over and roll over. So there really, I think, is a hole here, or a possibility that there could be an instance in which the rolling enforcement could leave out quite a few people. And so, I don't know if the only idea or the only way to fix that is to have sort of a final drop dead time frame, and whether that's 3 years or 5 years, or if there are other creative solutions that folks have seen, either the organizations or in your work with other cities, ways to address that. Because I really do think that allowing it to roll off on a end of the lease type thing, could really create a hole that a lot of people would not really be subject to enforcement here, unless I'm reading this wrong. I think that unless we could somehow define it as the end of the current term, or but then we're obviously not reviewing every lease that everybody's in, and so who knows how those kinds of things are defined in each lease. So I think we have to figure out a way to do it more broadly that could try to capture more of the constituency here.
Are you saying you would support a deadline of some type?
Yeah, no, I think the problem is that this could create a situation in which a lot of folks who are long-term residents would never be captured by this, because their lease would just continue. Even if the term ended, it would just roll over into a month-to-month, and that would technically not ever actually capture them under this law. It would never apply to them.
I agree with Councilmember Krebs and with Mayor Pro Tem. Is both in the what I heard was 3 units.
More than 3.
Or more than 3. Thank you. More than 3 units, and capturing the broad definition of common areas and some sort of end date to it's either an end date or some way of getting some finality on this to address your concern of the rolling over. So I don't know how to do that, if it's the end date or if it's any type of change to a lease, but I think maybe it's just the end date's the cleanest and the easiest.
We currently have, staff has currently listed the end date as January 1st, 2023, 6 months from today. Or not 6 months from today, but roughly 6 months from now.
I feel that's too soon. And we could have 2 triggers, right? We could have the original triggers, leases ending, new tenant, whatever, and also a trigger if somebody's still in a lease, a longer timeline. And I, if we're gonna do it, we should do it, right?
Why is January 1st too soon?
Too soon for what?
So for a drop dead date on people, on individuals that are not within those other triggers.
So yeah, sorry, I think I confused everyone. The ordinance itself, we have the council has 3 options here. Either there is no gradual, it doesn't gradually take effect. The ordinance takes effect January 1st, 2023, and this is the ordinance, and everyone has to adhere. So there's no phase-in approach. Option 2 would be the ordinance takes effect for all new leases, new homeowners, and then there's a phased-in approach up to some certain date. And then I guess the third option is ordinance takes effect January 1st, 2023, and there's a phased-in approach without a drop-dead date in the future.
And that's the way I read the way that this is drafted currently. I mean, that the effective date would eliminate smoking in the common area as of January 1st, 2023, but that within the units, this would just be an ongoing thing when, basically, I think effectively it's just when there's a new tenant.
Correct.
Because most of the time, if you're continuing occupancy, you're probably under your lease or some extension by law of your lease.
The first iteration of this had a effective date for everybody, January 1st, 2023. And then this language in, the highlighted language in yellow was added to have the gradual period. Now it's for council to determine where they want to meet in the middle, if they want to meet in the middle.
But if I understand you correctly, Councilmember Krebs, it's still the phase-in, but a drop dead for those that have leases that will continue to amend and not end. So to say, yes, we'll continue phasing, and then whatever. 2025, if leases are not, if we don't have new tenants and new leases are signed, then no matter what, there's no smoking, period.
Yeah, and I,
Understood it?
yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking. And I mean, whether that's 2 years or we can talk about the actual date. But I was just gonna say, I do think it's important to get this right now as we want it, because this will be important for the notice provisions, I think, that are gonna go out. And I think that's gonna happen, you know, en masse once. And then if we tweak this later, I think another notice is gonna be confusing to people. So I do think we can leave a lot of these things to be, you know, enhanced and improved in the future. But I do think the basics on this need to be, at least the time frame needs to be determined, because that's gonna be the thrust of the communication that we're gonna put out.
Let me just interject something real quick. I think we're really close to putting something together here. Back to Councilmember Mendy. So I heard you use 2025.
Oh, I just threw that out.
Yeah, I know you did, which
Yeah.
is a good starting point,
Yeah.
right? And I take the point that the perfect is the enemy of the good. I'd like to get this thing put together and put teeth in it by the end of the year at the earliest or the latest. But could we work on all this language that phases in, but maybe at 2024 we have a hard deadline for everybody?
Yeah, I'm okay with that. And so to answer your question, why that's too early, I was envisioning, I guess you called it option 2, where
Right.
there is that hard deadline. And I'm okay with common areas being, you know, let's say January 1st, 2023, and everything else, right, with proper notice.
Right.
But that phasing in, I think, is important for our residents that do smoke, right? For better or worse.
So they need the time for adjustments,
Yes.
basically.
So really, Alex, it would be sort of like something like the earlier of a new tenant or some date certain would be the trigger for any individuals within their units.
Correct.
Right.
And just a clarification from my perspective. So we're adding condos into this, right? I just want to make sure I'm, okay. Okay. I'm comfortable with that.
So do you have adequate direction?
The direction we received, to confirm then, is that the definition of multifamily unit should be changed to 4 or more. Is that correct? 'Cause
Yes.
I heard 2 council members say that, but I had.
More than 3.
I mean, when it comes to discussion, we can discuss that. I probably can live with that. I wasn't comfortable with 2, so.
Okay.
And I wasn't comfortable with anything above 2, but I will. So you and I are dickering here, right?
So I said between you two.
So we're gonna change the definition of multifamily residences to 4 or more. And we will have a phased-in approach with the drop-dead deadline of January 1st, 2024.
And define common space.
Define common.
Yeah, we wanted to define it more broadly.
City manager and on microphone. Maybe you didn't want to be.
I
mean, right now, it's, what is it, on,
I mean,
under
it's
multi-unit?
pretty broad.
Pretty.
Okay.
I mean, to me, we can almost, I don't know if it creates a conflict between the 2 definitions, but you know, we could almost define it as anything that's not within the unit or the designated smoking area, right?
And I'll note, there was a public commenter who questioned whether the definition for designated smoking area was sufficient. And the definition for designated smoking area is actually not in the definition section. It's described in section 2D, and it states that a designated smoking area cannot be a place that's, so it says, is permitted in designated smoking areas if it is not in enclosed area, so it can't be enclosed, at least 25 feet from any outdoor recreation area, outdoor area primarily used by children, or entrance, opening, or vent to a structure where smoking is prohibited, so like the units, has a clearly marked perimeter and identified by conspicuous signs. So it's a pretty specific,
pretty concise.
I mean, here's what I'm envisioning. Basically, we have the drop dead date for people within their domicile. But on the property, no smoking at all. I mean, that's what I'm envisioning.
Oh, not a designated smoking
Not
area?
because we've been to Dodger Stadium and in Angel Stadium and see that smoking area, and it doesn't stay within the boundaries of that rectangle, right? That's what I'm envisioning.
We
I'm
can
with
strike
you on
that
that.
language if that's what the council wishes. The designated smoking area language.
Yeah, I mean, I do worry because I think, to Mr. Doyle's point, I think earlier in public comment, the designated smoking area almost certainly is gonna be on the perimeter next to properties adjacent to the unit, or the multi-unit parcel, likely, like the Doyle's situation. So that does worry me. On the other hand, I also like the idea of telling someone, oh no, we're not forcing you to quit smoking, we're just limiting where you can smoke, and there still is going to be a place, nearby that isn't, the public right-of-way where you could smoke. So I mean, there is, to me, a appeal to that, but I'm just not sure if we're able to actually locate that in a way that creates, that doesn't create its own problems.
I think if we were to remove the language regarding designated smoking areas, the person would be limited to the street, their cars, or maybe they have to drive to Arcadia.
Well, if that's the case.
Option
What? 3. This is being live
I'm happy for Arcadia, I really am.
They're our friends.
They are.
Is smoking allowed in the PUSD building?
So do we have a consensus here? Or do we need any further
Direction, yeah.
tweaking? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the question is, what's the next step then? Do we have to discuss this again, or can we have these changes and then have a first reading, or what do we need to do procedurally?
If you'd like, we can make these amendments and bring it back to the council for first reading at your earliest convenience. I don't know when we can agendize it for. City manager already knows.
We've got a full agenda coming up.
It would probably be June.
Yeah, I don't need a date. I was just wondering what the next step was.
Well, let me just, can it be a consent item at this point? Or does it need to be, it has to be?
The first
reading
one
has
has
to
to
be-
be a
that's right.
public hearing.
That's right. It has to be a hearing. Thank you.
And we can have a first reading with amendments if during our discussions we don't,
Yeah.
we wanna change a
Minor.
date or make a little
Minor.
minor amendment, right?
So I guess the question that we don't necessarily have consensus on is what you just brought up about whether or not we're gonna strike designated smoking area. That was a new item added, or new consideration. So I don't know, I mean, I think ultimately I can get comfortable with that. I think that probably weighs more on kind of my view on the public safety issue, and so I think if that's what you're proposing, I think I
Would
can
that be
support that.
Would that be something could we include it in something we could strike at first reading, or is that too major of a component within?
There's no clear
Okay.
guidance on this one. I think it'd be best if if council were to provide direction today.
Let me just tell you guys where I'm coming from here. I'm a live and let live kind of guy. I've always been uncomfortable telling people how to live their lives. But this is a different situation where you have people's health actually in jeopardy. Children and adults who have asthma can actually die from this. And so I feel like when you're talking about public health or public safety, you need to think about things rather broadly and strictly. And so I agree. I think the reason you're uncomfortable is the same reason I'm uncomfortable, saying there's no longer a designated smoking area. Well, we're coming across like Big Brother here. Well, you can't smoke. Well, I think the whole idea here is we don't want people smoking where their smoke is going to impinge on other people's right to breathe free air or clean air. And to me, that's a public health issue. So I have no problem getting rid of the designated smoking area, especially if they can go to Arcadia. So,
We're so gonna get ripped.
I
I set you all up with that.
After this, meeting, yeah.
I can support that.
I do have a hard time with that, and I understand what the definition is or the intent is. And if I'm the lone person to not vote for it, that it'll still pass. I am still a little uncomfortable with it, but I'll consider it when it comes. It looks like you have enough here.
Thank you, council. We have direction.
Perfect. Okay. go back to our agenda. Do we have anything else? Yes, we do. Plenty of things coming.
We have, Captain Amos has been waiting
I
patiently.
think we should, yeah, I think we should take a 10-minute break,
That would be great.
and we'll come back at, how about a 9-minute break, 8:15? They are. They are.
But you know what, I was gonna say that I just wanted to put it towards the next.
Could you return to the dice?
No, it was perfect.
Ed's friends with them now because he goes to their city council meetings and presents them with certificates.
And they applaud for him. They talked about our downtown district and how fantastic it is.
Oh, that's nice.
Who did?
Mayor Pro Tem of Arcadia.
Oh, really?
Lots of compliments here, Madre.
The consideration of an ordinance, where's my reading glasses? Consideration of ordinance 1456, adopting a policy for the use of military equipment by the Sierra Madre Police Department. And Captain Amos is with us tonight.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes. So today I'll be talking about assembly, good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, staff. Today I'll be doing a presentation on California Assembly Bill 481. It is a military equipment funding and acquisition ordinance and policy that needs to be approved by City Council. Some of the topics that I'll be covering in this PowerPoint, explain a little bit about the Assembly Bill, some of the requirements, how the equipment is funded, the military equipment definition, the current inventory that we are looking for approval for, and how this affects the department and the city. So Governor Newsom, back in 2021, approved a Assembly bill to address the funding and acquisition and use of military equipment by law enforcement. Per the Assembly bill, City Council is required to approve existing military equipment by May of 2022, and then certain equipment, whether it's procured from the military or not, are covered under this. There are 15 different categories. I will go over some of those. And currently, the police department does not use any equipment from military surplus. There is a program out there called a 1033 program and a 1028 program. Both those programs are where military surplus equipment is provided to local law enforcement agencies across the nation at a either reduced or a free cost. And we currently do not use any of those. Some of the requirements for the bill. The first one was that we had to post our policy up on our city website, on the department's website for the public to take a look at and comment. We did that on April 9th. We needed to do it 30 days before our presentation here. The other is community feedback. This is part of community feedback. Putting the policy and requirements up on our department website is. We also reached out through our social media, through our Instagram and our Facebook, letting the community know to take a look at the policy, and if they had any questions, they could contact myself at the police department. And the final part is the presentation to the City Council and eventually approval of an ordinance and our policy. From this point going forward, once we hopefully get the approval, annually we will have to prepare a report. The report will include the use of the equipment that we currently have in inventory, any equipment that was approved during that year period, and how we paid for it, how we maintained it, and all of that information. That will again be provided at least 30 days before we present it to City Council, so that the community can provide feedback. So some of the ways that our equipment is funded, obviously through a good portion through general fund. We look at capital improvement projects if we qualify for that. If we are able to get any asset forfeiture funds to help offset the cost, any local, state, or federal grants, any repurposing of any city equipment, something that would be during the pandemic, the city obtained a trailer, camper trailer. If down the road the city is looking to get rid of the trailer, we could essentially say at the police department, we're looking for a command trailer, take that, and then convert it to police use. And then the other is what I talked about, the 1033 or the 12 or the 1208 program, and that's for Defense Department equipment that they no longer use, and they offer it to local law enforcement agencies. Per the definition, per the Assembly Bill, there are 15 different categories. Of that, the police department has the top three that are listed there. We have unmanned or remotely piloted vehicles. We have non-flash diversionary devices, and then we have kinetic energy weapons. And those are what I'm going to be mostly focusing on. So our first one is our unmanned remote vehicles. This is the DJI Mavic Mini. It has a lifespan of 5 to 10 years. We currently own 2. These are actually, we have 2 officers that have been trained on unmanned aerial vehicles. Both of the 2 are owned by them, and they've been using it as we've been developing our program. The main uses for it are for public safety, for indoor checks, for quick deployment in emergency situations, and for small space situations like a backyard or something like that. We can deploy the vehicle prior to going into the backyard to take a look into that area to make sure that it's clear. Another unmanned vehicle is the Autel Nano Plus. It has a 3 to 5 year lifespan. We currently own one. We're looking to purchase another one at some point. Similar to the previous vehicle, it is a mini vehicle. It will actually be replacing the 2 that I previously talked about. These are department purchase, and the officers can. I'm sorry. What you're looking at is a photo that was taken with the use of the drone, and it shows a bear in the backyard. We responded to a call, so we deployed the drone, and the bear was laying down. Instead of the officers going back there, getting close to the bear, we used it in that situation. Next is the Autel Evo 2 Dual. It has a 10-year lifespan. We're currently in possession of one. We're eventually going to look to get 2. For this one, it has night operations, so it has a thermal camera on it, so we can use it at night for situations. It increases the capability, and it has a much longer range to be used. We can use it in search and rescue situations, fire, and other operations. We've used our drones in this type of situation. We had a possible homeless encampment up on the hillside off of Mount Wilson Trail. Officers went up to see if they can make contact with the folks who were setting up the camp to provide information to them to do homeless outreach. We actually deployed the drone prior to going up to the location to get a good bird's eye view to see if anyone was up there. So because it was, I heard it was about a good 20-minute, half-hour hike. I don't know because I was in the office while the officers were hiking up the hill. So
On the drone.
yes. And the last drones is the Robotics Evo 2 Pro 6. It's another large, not large, but medium-sized drone. We currently have one. We would eventually like to get 2. It assists in drone operations, emergency management, crowd management. The mapping for emergency management, actually, we didn't use this drone, but we used another drone to assist the fire department in doing mapping of the hillside for fire and mudslide. So that was, I'd say that operation was about a year and a half ago. So next we'll be moving to our our kinetic energy weapons. Most of these weapons are less than lethal weapons, bean bags, 40 millimeters, and pepper ball. The bean bag, we've been using the bean bag since I've been here for the last 20 years. All these weapons give officers the ability to address the situation from a distance, therefore creating a safety for the officer and a safety for the individual. It's a less than lethal option that we like to have and we like to keep using. We currently, for the beanbag, use a Remington, converted Remington 870 shotgun. We use a Defense Technology Drag Stabilizer beanbag round. The shotgun has a 20-year lifespan. Beanbags have a 5-year lifespan. We currently have 6, and we're not looking to procure any more at this time. Like all law enforcement agencies, we constantly evaluate the tools that we use and the effectiveness, and if we need to transition from one tool to another. We're actually looking at transitioning away from the beanbag round, just because there's a potential for crossing a live round with a beanbag round, and we don't want to make that to happen. So we are moving towards, this is a pepper ball. I kind of got my order mixed up here, sorry about that. This device we've had for the past about 10 years or so. It is basically a paintball that is converted for use for pepper ball rounds. Pepper ball rounds are similar to a paintball round, but instead of the paint, there is a chemically modified OC combination that when deployed, the person will feel the effects of the impact of the round, but then also get the effects of the pepper, and that will hopefully gain compliance. We've mostly used this weapon in moving or changing the habits of bears. That's where we mostly used that so far. And it's been pretty effective to clear them out the area. So when I was talking earlier about the beanbag round and we were transitioning to a different weapon, we are transitioning to a 40 millimeter launcher. This is the Defense Technologies 40 millimeter launcher. It uses a 40 millimeter exact impact sponge round. It has a 20-year lifespan for the launcher, a 5-year lifespan for the round. We currently have 1, and we're looking to go up to 4. The reason for that is we are going to phase out our beanbag shotgun and phase in the 40 millimeter round. That way we can have enough for our patrol officers to have them in the vehicles. And then if a situation occurs where we have to, there have been times where we've done search warrants where we've taken that with us. So we have enough to be able to have for our officers here, but also have one to take with us to an operation. These weapons are mainly carried, the one that we have right now is carried in our supervisor vehicle, so the deployment of it is at the supervisor's approval. All of the items that I'm presenting, they require training from our department. For these weapons here, there's an initial 5-hour training that covers all of our impact weapons, and then annually there is an additional 4-hour training to make sure that everyone is compliant and everyone is current with the tactics and the laws. So, lastly, we're looking to purchase 1, or hopefully eventually 2, 40 millimeter 4-round launchers. This would be something that would be carried in the supervisor vehicle mainly. This gives us the ability to address the situation and be able to, if we have multiple aggressors, we would be able to address each one separately, and it gives us ability to gives us more of a I'm sorry. It gives us more of an ability to address a situation more broadly. So if the city council approves the ordinance and the policy, the department will be able to continue using the tools that we currently have. We will have a tracking system in place and an annual presentation. If city council does not approve the ordinance and the policy, then those equipments will immediately be taken out of service, and we will have to look at other options, other means to address and deal with public situations in the public. And ultimately, all of these is to bring a safe conclusion to any situation, for the officers, for the community, for the person that we are engaging. We are always looking for ways to reduce our effect in that situation and bring the situation to the most safest conclusion. That is the end of my presentation. I'm open for any questions.
Thank you, Captain. I have a question just off the top.
Yes.
What happened to real shotguns? I remember days when police used to carry shotguns around their cars.
We do carry shotguns, lethal shotguns. If you look inside a police vehicle towards the front of the vehicle, that's where we have those at. And that's another reason why we want to transition away from the Remington shotgun, because the Remington shotgun is the same as the lethal shotgun that we use up front.
So help me here. So you have a lethal shotgun.
Yes.
And you're going to have non-lethal weapons. So you must have specific tactical situations where you come into a situation with the non-lethal weapons. What would those be? And where would you make that distinction between the real shotgun and the fake shotgun?
So if you have a situation, let's just say that we had a gentleman that was in your downtown area, was in downtown, was breaking windows, was causing an issue, was going after folks or individuals. We would develop a plan, and as part of that plan, we would have a situation to deal with if, unfortunately, the situation arises for lethal. But then we would always have a plan of, we would have a non-lethal option there. And that would be where the beanbag would come in, that would be where the 40 millimeter would come in, that would be where the pepper ball would come in. It would depend on when we get on the scene. So there is always a distinction. We always train for this at all times, that anytime that there is the potential for a lethal situation, we want to have a non-lethal situation there first and address it that way, so that we don't have to go to that.
I see. So they're trained to take this up a notch as necessary.
Yes.
Right? Okay.
Yes.
And what is the difference between a regular shotgun and a shot launcher? The 40 millimeter shot launcher.
If you look at a regular
just
shotgun,
a big shotgun?
It is. The difference is that you have a much bigger tube. You use different munitions in that weapon.
But it has the same basic effect, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
If I could follow up on
Thank you.
that. So the distance I would assume on the shot launcher is longer than on the regular launcher.
On the difference between the beanbag and the 40 millimeter launcher?
I'm thinking of the two different, the one on slide 14. There is a launcher on slide 15. The one on slide 15 has a longer range than the one on slide 14.
No, they have the same range. The
Same
only
range.
difference is the one that you're currently pointing at is a single launcher, and that one is a multi-launcher.
Got it.
Can I just ask a clarification question?
Yes, ma'am.
So you mentioned at the beginning that Sierra Madre doesn't have military equipment. Am I correct in saying that what you meant is that technically under the definition of military equipment for purposes of this assembly bill, we do have the, two or three categories that you outlined, but we don't have anything that we've gotten procured from the Department of Defense
Yes.
in that sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we, per the assembly bill, we do have equipment that's listed on there, and that's what I presented. The equipment can be from the military and cannot be from the military. And then we currently, per the list, do not have anything from the Department of Defense that qualifies on that list.
Thank you.
If I could follow up on that, so the 14 items that you have on slide 6 and 7,
Mhm.
those are the things that you're required to notify us about. Is that correct?
Yes, so, let's say that, we, by off chance, want to get a command vehicle. A command vehicle is one of the items that is on the list. So,
Got it.
we will have to come to city council, for approval before purchasing the piece of equipment. We will also have to, as similar in this process, we will have to post to the public at least 30 days before we come to city council to say, we're looking to purchase this equipment, these are the funds that we're going to use, this is how we're going to use it. If anyone needs to be trained on it, this is the training that is going to occur. And then once we present it to city council and city council give us the approval, then we can go forward and purchase the item.
Got it. That's helpful. Did you say on the drones that you had, the DJI, the first one,
Mhm.
did those were employee owned?
Yes.
Okay, so the employees are bringing their drones and using them and allowing for department use of them.
Yes, we are still developing a drone program. The two employees, the two officers that have these drones, they actually went through, one went through about a 3 to 4 day training class. The other went through a more condensed training class on getting approval through the FAA to fly these drones, because there are certain requirements that we have to follow. So they've been using their drones in helping to develop our program. So.
And did you say that the Evo 2, you used it at night? Does that mean it has an infrared camera on it?
Yes, it does. Yes.
And then my last question: how often have you used the weapons? So let's leave the drones aside for a second, but the different beanbag, and I know that we've had the beanbag for 20 years. So
yes,
whatever you could say, like how often have you actually deployed these in situations in our town?
So most of the deployments for the pepper ball and a couple for the beanbag have been with bears for the most part.
Got it. Okay.
We have had a recent situation within the last 3 to 4 months where the beanbag was deployed on an individual. The officers responded to a location, and the situation escalated to where the beanbag was used to de-escalate the situation and take the person into custody.
Can I follow up on that?
Yes, sir.
Did that incapacitate the person to a point where they could be arrested?
Yes, that is the
So that's
effect
better than a regular gun then, if you can, but you had to make a judgment about whether to use it or not.
Well, if the situation dictates that the less lethal option is the more preferred option to use in that situation, that's where we will go to. Unfortunately, some situations escalate past that, and you have to act appropriately. But in all situations, we start at a low level, and as it escalates, we also escalate. But we also try, in that escalation, to de-escalate the situation back down to its lowest level.
I have a question. I don't want to get too off topic, but you talked about some of the funding, and when we're talking about, let's say, surplus equipment, such as a unit that the police officers don't need anymore,
Yes.
when we dispense with that, do those funds go to the general fund, or do they go into some kind of fund for the police officers' supplies?
Those funds would go back to the general fund.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor, I just have a really quick question. For the quantities sought, Captain, thank you for your presentation. For the quantities sought for all of these pieces of equipment, do we have the funding for it for future purchase?
We do have the funding for future purchases. It will be incorporated into our annual budget as things come to their shelf life. We will start to address those and request funding appropriate to the replacement of those items.
Thanks. And as a follow-up to that, is the projections that you provided in terms of the quantity sought, is that a multi-year plan, or is that what you expect would be in this next fiscal budget?
No, that's over time. It's not in 22, 23, we are, we still have to be fiscally responsible. So we want to work up to the number that's sought.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I mean, I like the fact that there's a drone program for a couple of reasons. One is the safety of the officer, right? You can assess a situation and maybe not escalate a situation. But there seems like a lot of drones that are being asked for, and it seems like the infrared technology is pretty expensive. So, is it when you're asking for like, I think there's like 8 drones that we're looking at. Is that necessary, or is that kind of like a long-term?
That's a long-term goal.
Okay.
Typically, from a management standpoint, I don't like to have just one, because something can happen. The drone can break. We can have multi situations going on where one drone needs to be over here and another drone needs to be over here. So with that, we would like to have the flexibility to be able to have that in both those situations.
And is there law written around civil rights of when you can like use them and look in someone's backyard? I mean, and if so, are we following obviously we're probably following those procedures, but is there training for that?
Yes, there is training for that. That is part of the training for the pilots for them to obtain their certification. It goes over any and all legal aspects to make sure that we are doing these properly. As a police department, we never want to violate anyone's rights. So,
I was confident that would be the answer. Thank you.
yes, sir.
Mayor, if I may, Chief Armelin would like to provide some comment and clarification.
Please.
Good evening, everybody. So just wanted to add a couple of things to it. First, regarding the drones. So I want to really clarify the fact that we actually, our sergeant and our officer who went through the training are actually pilots. And that's a requirement that you must be a drone pilot and receive a pilot's license in order to fly them. So we put those two through that training. If we have additional officers if we determine we need additional officers, we're going to put them through the training as well. And I also wanted to add the fact that and also, I'm sorry, I just wanted to give some clarity on the amount of drones. And I apologize. The captain and I didn't notice. It kind of looks like on the presentation that we're asking for more drones than that. We're actually only asking to have 4 of them. And that would be, one is a larger drone that can be flown in the daytime. One is a larger drone that can be flown at night. And it will have the infrared, it's called FLIR cameras. And the purpose of that is so that if we're at night and we're going to some type of incident where possibly, let's say, we hear there's a gunman in a backyard. This gives us the ability to look at heat signatures and identify if we have an individual hiding somewhere. And that's going to be wonderful because it's going to give us we'll be able to develop other options. Instead of just sending officers back, maybe we figure out a way to communicate with this individual. One of the drones will have a speaker on it that's going to give us the ability to do that. And it's also going to give us the ability to communicate in crowd situations. In fact, we had one of the drones up today, and it's great because we did have a very peaceful protest in town. And what we will do in these situations is have our officers not really be seen because that can antagonize a crowd at times. But we can get that drone up so high and just keep an eye on things that it doesn't even bother them. And the majority of the time they don't see it. So it gives us the ability to observe what's going on and then make determinations from a command staff area. We've used our drone also recently. I think one of the best ways we used it was the recent 4th of July celebration, or excuse me, last year's 4th of July celebration. A little girl was lost. We put the drone up and were able to locate her amongst the probably a couple thousand people we had. So an extremely beneficial use. So it's really 4. The other 2 are small drones that are gonna give us the ability to send them inside a house if we have to. Now, that would only be in the most dangerous situation you could imagine. We have an individual in a house who says, I'm not coming out and I have a gun and I'm gonna kill the first person or shoot the first person that comes in. We wanna have the ability to send that vehicle in and try and contact him and figure a way to get this individual to come out prior to even considering having officers go in. So, and those will be specifically for that. And I can assure you that there would be a lot of thought and planning before we'd even send that into the house. But there have been situations in my previous assignment where we've had individuals like that who said, we're not talking to anybody. Unfortunately, we didn't have that technology back then, and officers ended up having to go in, and a lot of times it ends up in an officer-involved shooting. And then lastly, just to touch on the less lethal weapons, I wanted to add with those shotguns, and the reason that we're looking at getting away from those, and the captain might have mentioned this, you know, there's been incidents where because that weapon looks like a regular shotgun, besides the coloring, there's been incidents where these less lethal weapons or real weapons have been grabbed in place of the less lethal weapons, and a tragedy occurs. So we want to get away from that. We think we can do well with the 40 millimeter weapons. The beauty of the 40 millimeter weapons and the one that's a 4-shot is, well, first, they're really a de-escalation weapon, but we also consider them in the area of escalation. So we think of a use of force in escalation terms, and de-escalation is the big thing that everybody does and that we do and use these weapons for. But we also consider an escalation of force. So that's meaning when our officers go in and they're going to deal with a situation like that, they're thinking, how do I escalate my force? How can I hopefully get this individual to cooperate through verbal commands? And if he doesn't there, then what's the next smallest step of escalation I can take? Can I get it done with the pepper spray? Okay, I have to escalate one more time. Can I do it with the taser? And just slowly escalate the way up and consider all the steps down at the bottom up to try and, you know, get to a safe conclusion. But we really want to get, and I was going to say the 40 shot, and I know that thing when you see it, you just say, wow. And I will tell you, years ago when years ago when I was a patrolman, we had a similar less lethal weapon. It was called an Arwin. Looked very much like that, had a round barrel to it. And I've seen that thing deployed many times. And I thought, you know, what I recognized was a true benefit of that, believe it or not, is that the appearance of it gets quite a few individuals to say, I'm going with the program now. You know, that does not look like something nice. And I know the big hopes with that for me is that that's what that would cause if we ever have to deploy it. But absolutely, you know, just want you to understand that we're continuously considering ways, you know, considering what's the best thing for us to have to bring a situation to the safest and most easy way to get the compliance that we need from an individual. I'm sorry if I got a little confusing there, but I just wanted to get those points out to you.
Thank you, Chief. Any follow-up questions? Yes.
So this is for Attorney Gargosian. So with the employee-owned drones, does that put us at any liability as a city? Is someone bringing their personal equipment? I know that they've got the training, and that's great, and I trust that you know they're doing it the right way, but it's their owned equipment. Does that open us at all to any liability?
I wasn't aware of that until today, so I'll talk to the captain and I can get back to you at a later time. It's the first I've learned of that.
But so is it a liability, or could it be a liability, or?
I wouldn't want to opine on that from the dais. I'd like to get all the facts from the,
Fair enough.
from the captain first. I'll also know, I don't know if the captain mentioned it, but, this statute, creates an annual disclosure requirement, so, you'll be receiving a similar report from the captain annually going forward.
Yay.
I have
One more question.
follow-up question, more procedurally, triggered by someone else's question. The approval of this, plan, or whatever we're calling it, isn't actually appropriating funds to actually acquire any of it, right? This is more of a public disclosure, and we're okaying this type of equipment to be used by our police force. We'll still have to go through the normal budgeting process to actually procure any of these items, correct? That we don't already have.
That is correct.
Okay, I think that's the end of our questions. Thank you, Captain, very much. I'll throw this open for public comment. Don't have much of the public left with us right now, and I assume we don't have any cards or emails. Madam City Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, there were no comment cards submitted or emails.
Okay, thank you. So we'll bring it back. Should we, do we need to discuss this, or should we just? Someone like to make a motion, or what? Go ahead.
So I just had a couple of comments on it. So, so I think, you know, it is in our best interest to purchase those, or to approve the purchase of those drones, let the police department make the decision on them. In preparation for this meeting, I did look at some videos on this, because I was trying to understand like how these were used and what were done with them, and I've seen this in use in a video with the LAPD, and I see that these less than lethal weapons are quite effective. So I think that's really good, and I also, you know, really appreciate the training that everyone goes through. I do have to, I'm glad that we have this disclosure. The first thing I thought when I saw this, and I was looking at the list of things, and I was like, a mine-resistant ambush-protected vehicle, and I was like, Lord, I hope this isn't anything that we're considering. And so now that I understand this, that it is a disclosure to make sure that if we ever considered to have a mine-resistant ambush-protected vehicle, that we have to disclose it. And I can't imagine that a situation, but at least we know what type of tools our police department have.
Other thoughts? Is there a motion in favor of this?
I move to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? That passes unanimously. Which brings us to our last but not least agenda item. No, I guess we have two more. Sorry about that.
That's an optimist.
Yeah, I am an optimist. Analyst Carlson, you want to carry us through on this?
Yes, good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Before you this evening is a recommendation from staff to adopt a joint powers of authority, commonly referred to as a JPA. It would be between the cities of Arcadia, Bradbury, Duarte, Monrovia, and Sierra Madre. Collectively, these cities comprise the Rio Hondo San Gabriel River Watershed Management Group. Los Angeles County Public Works and Los Angeles County Flood Control District will not be included in this JPA, but will continue working with the group. The group was formed in 2013 and in just less than 10 years has become a model organization for the efficient collaboration to meet stormwater permit regulations. The group is one of only 4 groups that remain deemed in compliance with the regulations, and this is out of over 20 groups in the Southland area.
Yay.
It is also now the most cost-efficient plan at this time. Group now believes it's time to form a JPA to further increase the efficiency of the group's efforts. Current JPAs that Sierra Madre is a member of and benefits greatly from include the San Gabriel Valley Council of Governments, the Clean Power Alliance, and the Los Angeles Regional Agency. Forming this JPA would allow for the creation of a separate entity for the purpose of a number of items, including developing and entering into contracts, constructing and maintaining regional projects, suing and being sued independent from each member city, grants and the administration of grants, obtaining appropriate insurance, regulatory and legislative tracking and participation, and finally, public outreach efforts. In conclusion, staff recommends that the City Council adopt a JPA among the cities of Arcadia, Bradbury, Duarte, Monrovia, and Sierra Madre. Staff has provided additional information within attachments of the report and would be happy to address any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Where's former Mayor Capocchio when we need him?
Love this.
He would love this, that's for sure. Any questions?
Mayor, I have a question. Thank you, Analyst Carlson, for the presentation. I wasn't clear as to who would take the lead in this JPIA.
Sure. That will be determined. In the JPA document, there is a section that says that the group may select a lead agency, but it's not shall. So that is something to be determined if the JPA is approved by all of the cities. We'll get together and decide if we want to go forward with the lead agency or otherwise.
So could otherwise mean that the JPA would hire staff to take, that would manage it?
The hiring of, say, an executive director or something to model off of like the COG is always a possibility. Currently, our group, the lead agency was Sierra Madre for about 4 or 5 years and has since been Monrovia for the next 4 or 5 years. In my own opinion, I think that'd be the natural course. Maybe Arcadia is willing to take it on. But it is to be determined if the JPA is formulated.
So a follow-up on that. So each city has 1 seat on the JPA. Do you have a chair? Do you elect a chair? Is it consensus? Kind of what's the governance structure like?
Sure. Within the document of the JPA, it's identified that the city manager of each city would be a board member and can select an alternative. We're assuming that would be one of the staff members that has been working towards this for the past few years with the experience. They can also appoint an alternative in case the city manager and the designated appointee is not available by writing for a particular meeting.
So who sets the agenda? How is it, who sets the agenda and does the follow-up from the meetings and,
there's a lot, there are some details in that, but a lot of it is going to be determined as soon as the group gets together, including bylaws, selection of a chair, vice chair. Those kind of items would happen if and only if the JPA is created.
Thank you for this. One question I had, and I guess this is a little bit of a speculation, but I mean, I guess the way I think about it now, Arcadia, I understand, gets reimbursed for the costs it's incurring for implementing this on behalf of this group of cities, and so there is a cost to this that I know each city contributes to. I guess my concern is if we're creating a separate agency that's going to take over for Arcadia in many of these functions, are we losing sort of the synergy that, Arcadia has staff that does these kinds of things, in a broader manner, in addition to the JPA, that, the cost to them to administering the JPA is something less than it would be for something, a new agency that would have to start something from scratch and have, dedicated employees that are only doing this. It just strikes me that this could create more expense and not less, but you describe this as maybe more efficient and maybe more cost effective, so I'd like to hear a little bit more about why you think that
I
would be.
certainly can't come to you and say it's going to be less. It's really hard for me, when I was doing the staff report, to do the finance analysis. Currently, Arcadia has really done a spectacular job for the past 9 years, really taking the reins and doing this. The 5% administrative cost is actually on some of the MOUs, not all of them. Some of the early ones they did out of the kindness of their heart. They've also had some turnover in staff, so their new staff doesn't have the experience that we've had for the last 9 years. We really like the idea of the JPA for those reasons. the goal has always been to use the Measure W funds to pay for all the stormwater stuff we need to do. In a couple of meetings, you will find that staff is recommending, so we may have to go back to some of the general funds to make sure that we can pay for everything. But the same formula in which Sierra Madre is responsible for between 8 and 9% of every contract we get into is just something that Sierra Madre wouldn't be able to beat anywhere else too.
So I guess what I hear you saying is that we've gotten a really good deal for 9 years, and that that's coming to an end, and that this may actually increase costs, but frankly, we probably would have been paying that from the beginning if Arcadia hadn't stepped up.
Well, that's one of the other reasons, and it just kind of came to us this past year, is the city of Monrovia was the applicant for a Measure W regional project. It's the Encanto Park in Duarte. The city of Monrovia was awarded, you know, the project through with the regional Measure W funds, but it's in the city of Duarte. Creating a JPA puts us all in together, working together on the same things, avoiding some of those conflicts, who's going to insure it, who's going out to bid, that kind of thing. And with more regional projects expected to be awarded, this is a much better system to take care of that.
Okay, last question. Is your sense that the folks that you work with on this currently are like-minded in that if there are cost-saving synergies to have a particular city perform a certain function versus hiring somebody new for the JPA to do it? Is that your sense that that's the goal, the common goal?
Absolutely, absolutely. If Duarte steps up and they want to take on the public outreach and they have, you know, some passionate and experienced people, we'll definitely look to them to try to save us some money. That's an example.
Thank you.
Let me follow up with that. So after some of the comments we've made tonight about Arcadia, and they get upset and they want to pull out of it, you know, could we dissolve the JPA in the future?
Well, I mean, like any JPA, there's a lot of verbiage that Alex has reviewed on how to potentially join our JPA or leave our JPA, and so it's in there. And Arcadia has already approved it, as well as Monrovia. So Sierra Madre, and then I think Bradbury's already done it too, so Duarte might be the last one next week.
I just wanted to Councilmember Creep's question. I remember when we got involved in this a number of years ago, and Councilmember Mindy and I and the rest of the council was looking at going on our own. We were talking about doing a $30 million project right here in Sierra Madre. Remember that? So there's no question about it that by working collectively with these other agencies, we've saved a fortune and probably reduced our liability at the same time. But I think all these questions are ones, she's asked the questions I was going to ask in terms of what the costs are going to be, and I don't think we really know.
Mayor, I think there was one up to like 400 million or
Yeah, there was some ridiculous one that, you remember that? Oh, of course you remember that.
Well, Mayor Goss, you may recall that our original plan was 1.4 billion.
Yeah, yeah.
Over 11 years, and
Right.
we have that now down to 220 million.
Yeah, okay.
And we have Measure W funding. So
Right.
things are much brighter than they were when you started.
Yeah, and there was no W funding at all, and these guys were very serious about enforcing these things on us.
Yeah.
It was a little scary, actually, you know, all the other budget issues we had.
billion.
Remember that? Yeah. Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Engine Analyst Carlson. Can we see if there's any public input on this? I don't think we're gonna get any of this late in the evening after 9. I remember in the meetings, we used to start at 6:30, and so 9 wasn't that late, but a 5:30 meeting, it starts at 9, or it goes to 9, it's pretty late. Okay, we'll bring it back to the council. What's your pleasure on this?
I was just gonna say, I think at this point, I don't even know if we have another option, but I think this is a good alternative, and I'm glad to hear that other cities are willing to come to this together. And you know, as what we saw across the state, there are a lot of regional collaborations, and I think in the way of a JPA has worked with us nicely before, and the fact that we can play nicely in the sandbox with the cities that are proposed here, I'm in support of this.
You wanna make a motion to that effect?
I would love to make a motion, move to adopt, the joint exercise of powers agreement among the cities of Arcadia, Bradbury, Doherty, Monrovia, and Sierra Madre for the purpose of creating a Rio Hondo San Gabriel River Watershed Management Joint Powers Authority.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
I think the first decision should be to come up with an acronym for the name of this JPA.
Rossiger, Water.
Because I don't think anyone's going to want to say that whole thing ever.
Which brings us to our yes, this is it, our very last agenda item, public noticing process for land use decisions. Yay.
Mayor, this is going to be a three-party presentation.
Okay.
I'd like to invite.
It's gonna be under 5 minutes? Just kidding, just
Yeah,
kidding.
We'll try.
No, no.
So the presenters today are going to be myself, City Clerk Aguilar, and Planner Wolf. So this presentation is titled Modernizing the Public Noticing Process for Land Use Decisions. This has been a almost 6-month effort between the City Clerk's Office, Director of Planning and Community Preservation, the Information Technology Manager, and the City Attorney. To be clear, this isn't coming before you as a result of some federal or state mandate. The city staff here, city staff, as long as I've been working in this field, I've heard the same complaint, and that's we didn't receive notice, or notice was late, or it wasn't sufficient. And that's not really a function of the city not doing its job. That's more a function of the fact that the way notice was done and required by law in the 70s hasn't kept track with the way people receive notice today, whether it be via internet or television or what the case may be by text message. So we, as staff, hear that complaint all the time, and we've tried to come up with creative ways to address that concern. So if we go to the next slide, I don't have the clicker. So as a way of background, here's what the law requires. There are 4 general methods of notice. The first is publication, and that's publication in a newspaper of general circulation, and I cite the government code sections. The other is a mailing. Mailings happen for certain development projects or conditional use permits. Again, I cite the government code section there. Usually the mailing goes out to a radius of a certain number of feet. Most of the time it's 300 feet of a property that's going to be subject of a permit. And then you have 2 types of postings. You can have a posting in 3 public places, or you can have a posting, this is a Sierra Madre requirement, a posting of a sign 3 feet by 4 feet on the subject property that's seeking an application for a permit. These different notices don't all happen together necessarily. You can do one and not the other. So as you can see, next slide. As you can probably tell, there are a number of shortcomings here. First, state law preempts requiring an applicant to incur the costs of public noticing when there is no public hearing. And so we don't have a public hearing anymore for ADUs, urban lot splits, ministerial design review permits, density bonuses, Housing Accountability Act projects. So we don't notice those anymore the way we used to notice them. Like we don't send out the mailer to residents within 300 feet of this project. And so people are surprised. They're surprised when an ADU comes up next to their house and they're like, how come no one told me about this? Another limitation is these methods reach a very limited audience. So publication in a newspaper only reaches those people who read newspapers. Mailings only reach property owners, not the residents, importantly. Yeah. And they only reach the property owners within 300 feet. And maybe this development impacts someone within 500 feet. Well, we're not going to send it to 500 feet, we're going to send it 300 feet because the applicant has to bear that cost, and the applicant's not going to pay for someone that he doesn't have to pay for. And lastly, postings only reach individuals who stop to read the signs. And usually those are in public places like City Hall or the library or senior center. So state law says we have to do these notices, and we will continue to do them. But it also says that we could do more if we want. City staff has come up with some interesting ways of doing more. But before we do that, I want to turn to Planner Wolf to provide you an example of what our notices currently look like.
So if I can draw your attention to the screen, you may have received one of these blue cards in the mail before. Obviously, I can't read this. I don't know if you can read it. I would be amazed if you could. The top half of this notice is basically the meat of what staff is trying to notice of a project. The very top of there says who the notice is to. Now it's to property owners within a 300-foot radius by this example. It's from the city of Sierra Madre. The subject line is the application involved in that. The applicant of said entitlement, and the location of the project. Below that is a huge paragraph of the description of the project, what's involved with it, and what codes of the municipal code apply to this project. Then immediately below that is the notice of the date and time of the hearing, as well as the place of the hearing. That's the top half. The lower half is all basically just legalese, requirements for posting under government code, CEQA, and appeal process, and so on. And a lot of this is just something that you receive in your mail, and you may think, well, I don't want to read this, but these are legally required notices. Our second form of notice is a sign to be posted on the property, on the subject property. By this example, and this one's a little bit easier to read, this would have been posted to the property at 94 East Miramonte Avenue. Excuse me, this is for a design review permit. This was a staff level review, so you can see that there was no notice for time and date of hearing or place of hearing. Instead, this was posted for a duration of 14 days. And this is fairly new, where we include a QR code that you can actually scan, and you get linked to the city's website that has all of the projects under review.
So we've told you why our current notices are inadequate, and now we're going to talk about what we're doing to help reach the public. City Clerk Aguilar.
Thank you, City Attorney Garagosian. So one of the methods that city staff identified is social media posting. The city has made concerted efforts over the last 4 years to create its presence on social media platforms. Back in 2017, the city only held 5 social media platforms citywide. As of today, the city holds 12 social media platforms throughout different departments and on different levels. So what we've determined is that this is a cost-effective way to reach a mass population. It's visually engaging, we can control the message, and we can provide it in a manner that people understand. That is, because we're not constrained by the legal requirements of the postcard, we can really do it in a fashion that people will understand, and it is more at the common level. And so we'll reach a broader audience, and the results are immediate. People are on social media on a regular basis, and so we're able to capture their attention more easily. And it's simple to reproduce. We can use a template, or we can use a video, or different methods that would be easy for the public to look at. So this is one of the platforms that we've identified as being really the most cost-effective and easiest to appeal to a broader audience that may or may not be within that 300-foot radius, could be outside of that radius, even for guests that are visiting our city. Now, as mentioned by City Attorney Garagosian, the notices the changes to the notices that we've created, they're not necessarily legal requirements, but we've done them in response to the community's feedback. The notices before and still currently meet the legal requirements, but it is our effort to remain transparent and to provide public access. And so in that attempt, we've listened to community feedback. We've added the QR codes, and then these are also published out on the social media website, platforms that are available to the city. So this is one of the most recent notices that was made available to the public. And the next slide. We also have created a page on the city's website where we are uploading the public notices. These notices are available to any member of the public that visits. Not only does that draw more traffic to the website where they're able to access this information, but they're also able to access other information about other city programming or pages. So that's useful in that regard. Let's see. And then lastly two more. The electronic newsletter, the city's electronic newsletter that goes out twice monthly. The Village View the notices are planned to be included in the Village View twice a month. Those are also posted, the links to the Village View are also posted on social media platforms. And so it makes it easier for the public to access through also the city's electronic newsletter. And then on the next slide, you'll see the digital signboard at Kirsten Court. The Community Services Commission recently approved a digital signboard at Kirsten Court, and the digital signboard resides in a center that was donated by the Chamber of Commerce, and then it was recently refurbished by our city resident, Bob Spears. And so that digital signboard can be updated as often as we need to include public notices and other city information. So it's another cost-effective way that we can use to put the information out to the public without incurring too much cost.
And now the gem of our new public outreach will be presented by Planner Wolf.
So on screen right now is just a screen cap of the project showcase. It's intended to be a citywide project map, doubling as both for public notice and just for the general curiosity of developments going around that would not otherwise be required for public notice, such as your SB 9 lot developments, lot splits, and so on and so forth. They're color-coded to be associated with the status of the project, as you can see in the lower right corner, and they include project-specific details, but to really demonstrate, I'd like to switch to our live website. I have the mouse. There you go.
And that project showcase is on the website?
It is currently on the website.
Okay.
So
Not the digital board at Kirsting.
there is a digital board. It includes a slide that says, asks, are you curious about development and construction activity around town? It directs you to visit cityofsierramadre.com/projects, or you can scan on any device that QR code. Scanning that or going to that link takes you here. And as you can see, if I can find the mouse, this is the construction and development activity. We include a map. You can scroll through the cards. Now this is just a small sampling of all the projects going on right now. We just took a small sampling for projects in multiple forms of status. And you can see that we include ADUs. While these are not legally required to be noticed, we're doing so just for the public's awareness. And you can click at any of these cards and zoom right into it on the map.
How about that?
And even further from that, if you're curious about any one of these, let's take 62 East Carter, for example, you'll see that the card indicates it's under construction. Now, scrolling further down, we have a repository of documents and information.
It's really like cool. 4th of July around here.
And under here, you can find basically all of the documents related to this project. We have our planning commission, agenda packet, meeting minutes, exhibits related to the project. Now I could load this up. They're quite large in size, as you can see, so it does take a while. So if you want to, we can go over that, but it's intended to show all of that document that was part of the public record at one point.
Wow.
So to summarize then, staff has developed 5 different methods to reach members of the public: social media, the website, the digital signboard, the newsletter, and this project showcase, all of which are in addition to what the government code requires for noticing. So this is all in addition to, not a state mandate, just something that staff came up with in order to reach the public and address their concerns. And with that, we're happy to take any questions.
Wow.
So, whose idea was the project showcase?
I would have to credit City Attorney Garagosian on this one.
Collective effort.
Is that to say that no one else does this yet?
To my knowledge, no one else does all of these things. There are cities that do these individual things. Like, so for example, Pasadena has a version of the project showcase, but they don't do everything else we're doing. I've proposed to city staff, if we get this going and we receive positive feedback from the community, I'd like to submit this to the League of California Cities
Submit it across
and
the board.
ILG, because they try to take note of innovative things happening in cities, and this might qualify.
Submitted across the board. I just really want to applaud all of you. Sorry, I'm just jumping in. I know this is part of questions, but I mean, you obviously heard from the city council how impressed we are. We really did hear oohs and ahs, and I just want to congratulate the team for pulling this together. And to me, it's innovative, it's creative, and I think if it's one of a kind, and I would love to showcase this at numerous conferences as to the work that you've done. So thank you.
So a question, how much maintenance does this require? Is this something that is going to require, how difficult was it to make, and how much maintenance does it require to maintain the showcase?
It does require coordination with a third party, but there's a plan right now to have that updated at least every month. So you'll see updates to the map at least once a month, but longer term, we're asking for ways for staff to update that map as often as they see necessary, staff in-house.
And a single slide is used to update Kirstein Court, the social media page, the newsletter, and the website. We create it once, we update all of them using that same document.
Super impressive. I hate to be the Debbie Downer.
Don't be.
Are we disclaiming somewhere that I would hate to have a situation where people get used to this and then they come to us and say, but my neighbor did something and I didn't see it on the showcase, and why didn't you put it on the showcase? Are we disclaiming somewhere that this is, for however we would say it, but I just want to make it clear to the public that this is sort of for their benefit, and the omission is not going to be a violation of the law or a violation of their rights or whatever, however we would phrase it. But I just want to temper people's expectations that, as this gets up and going, I don't want to put the pressure on the staff to have to update it hourly as things come in.
Yeah, I've spoken to Planner Wolf about creating a little asterisk at the bottom of the page to note that this isn't an all-inclusive list of every project happening in the city. So people shouldn't be receiving their official notices through this page.
Yeah, no, that'll work. Any other questions or comments? Since we have a member of the public on the edge of his seat, I'm going to open this up to public comment, and
You haven't seen me before, D. Alcorn of Grandview. I just really want to commend everybody. This is very impressive, and I think it's to show the foresight and the effort that they did spontaneously. I assume it's somewhat spontaneous. It's very impressive, and I think you're all to be a big bravo and a pat in the back, because this is really impressive. I'm really impressed. It's really very nice. And it shows a lot of foresight and a care for being really presenting the city in a very thoughtful way. They're all to be very congratulated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Alcorn. And I think that concludes public comment. So this is a receive and file But I think the message is clear. We're very happy with this and very impressed, and kudos to all of you who are involved. Really, truly. Big step forward for the city. And on that note, I would like to solicit any future agenda items.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Parkhurst.
I'd be curious to get some more information on the House of Representatives bill that was presented by Citizens Climate Lobby. I mean, it's coming from our own congressperson, and so it'd be interesting to know what that says and what that impact is on our city. And I also would like to make sure, following on with that, the Citizens Climate Lobby, we do have the Natural Resources Commission scheduled soon, I hope. I know that they were supposed to come, and we've had some scheduling challenges. I just want to reiterate that you know, I don't want to see all of the commissions before us, but right now with some of the comments, particularly the Natural Resources.
Great. Any other ideas?
Yes,
Representative?
I'd like to extend an invitation to our school board district representative, Ms. Wu Fredericks, to give us an update on the school board and what they're doing, specifically what she's doing to advocate for Sierra Madre students in the PUSD.
Here, here. Any other ideas? Those are good. Should we make it 3? Going once, going twice, sold at 2 bids, okay. I think that's it for us, folks. I'd like a motion for adjournment, please.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? We are adjourned.
All right.
Hooray.